and checked in and make sure your gear is ready, you could be in the draw for the first heat, which will be starting at 10 o'clock. So as soon as the queue here has all checked in, the draw will be done. You could be drawn in that first heat. So make sure you are ready to go, please. If you haven't checked in, please do so. And if you know anybody that's checked in that isn't coming, can you also please let us know? Thank you. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for Adam Winders, Jack Fran, Ian Ballantyne, Emlyn Jones, Jack Samuels, and Dion Hughes. If you're here, please immediately come and check in. You've got 2 minutes. We need to get the draw ready for the seniors that will be starting in 10 minutes, prompt at 10 o'clock. If you know that any of those names are not coming, please also let us know. Right then, we've got most of you checked in now. The first will be Jimmy Bonistro, Paddy Dunn, Nick Jones, Zane Munn, Adam Winders, and Kieran Lawless. So first heat, Jimmy Bonistro, Paddy Dunn, Kieran Lawless, Nick Jones, Zane Munn, Adam Winders. Yourselves ready, boys? We'll be making a start in 8 minutes. 10 o'clock on the dot. The sheep are up into the pens. The judges are looking primed and ready. A lot to get through today, and we need to keep moving. Senior shearers, get yourselves ready. There will be a draw posted on the wall so you can see what heat you're in. We've got 10 heats of seniors, so please ensure you are ready to go. We cannot afford to be awaiting around today. First heat, Jimmy Bonistro, Paddy Dunn, Kieran Lawless, Nick Jones, Zane Munn, and Adam Winders.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yome Bonestro, Paddy Dunn, Kieran Lawless, Nick Jones, Zane Munn, Adam Winders.
So judges, please, could we have you to the board? You should know who you are for this senior championship. We do have a list.
Judges to the boards for the senior. John Ivor floating, stand 1, David Fagan, stand 2, Ewan Jenkins, stand 3, Gerald Evans, stand 4, Alan Davis, stand 5, Reinald Hughes, stand 6, Ray Davis, and out the back is Ridwin Price, Mark Fox, Andy Rankin, Neil Fagan. Referee is Dilwyn Evans, and floating is John Ivor. Okay, let's have the shearers. Getting ready. Yoma Monestro. Right, let's have you ready on the side of the stage to come up. Heat 1. Oh, I left him in the vehicle.
Heat
We'll be
1,
cheering 4 laps.
Jimmy Bonestro, Paddy Dunn, Kieran Lawless, Nick Jones, Zane Munn, and Adam Winders. Get yourselves up here, boys, if your name's been called. Your names are being put up there on the board. We're really sorry. We've had a technical difficulty with the TV screens, so you will have to look up at the boards. Your names will be written up there manually. We're really sorry with the technical issues. That's what we like to see. Up onto the boards, boys. It is 2 minutes to 10, and we're going to make a start at 10 o'clock. Could all the shearers please enter the side of the stage from the left and exit via the right? That way then the next heat can be ready, waiting in the wings.
Okay. Time. Oh, shit. What? Reinald Hughes, please. Reinald Hughes. Reinald Hughes. He's probably writing his speech. Reinald Hughes.
We're still waiting, I think, for Adam Winders. He's not coming. Still asleep in the car. Start without him. Fine. You snooze, you lose around here, ladies and gentlemen. Let that be a warning to anybody else that's not ready to go.
Reinald Hughes.
Reinald Hughes.
Aled. You can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That's right then. Reinald.
Here he comes, look. He's just putting his tie on.
Can you do his tie for him, please?
Just to make all the shearers aware for the day, the stopper buttons are not working, so don't worry about reaching for the stopper. We have manual timekeepers. As I've said before, the TV screens aren't working. The system crashed. And we've worked hard to try and get it back up and running, but it's just not going to happen today. So don't worry about reaching for your stopper. If you do, it's fine, but it won't work. We've got manual timekeepers down the front that will be taking times manually. Same with the second cuts, will all be done on the clickers. Right. Do we have a thumbs up from our chief referee?
Yep.
We do. Timekeepers ready? Ready, good as gold. Right, we're going to get underway here with the senior championship here at the core. Is Kieran Lawless not here either? No, fine. Good as gold. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. First of 4 lambs here in this senior championship at the Corwen Shears. Nick Jones up there on stand number 4. He won earlier this week at the Royal Welsh Show. Would love to take out this big Corwin win as well. Yemi Bonistro was here yesterday in that speech here last night. Paddy Dunn also here in that big speech here last night. He's been travelling the world. All these boys off to a good start on these beautiful shearing lambs. We had some great lambs here yesterday for the competitions. Just like to thank all the farmers for supplying these wonderful shearing sheep here. Nick Jones now the first down that last side. The South Walian from down there at Sunnybridge. He'll be in the pen if he can find the hole. Zane Munn there brings number 2 to the party. Keep the pen cards turning, boys. Keep the pen cards turning for these timekeepers. You shearers, please try and bring up 2 penmen if you can. 1 for your pen, 1 for your porthole. We don't want these sheep escaping and running back. Yimi Bonistro there up the neck and in that first front shoulder. Nick Jones up the neck and in the first front shoulder. Zane into that long blows. Where's Paddy Dunn now? Up the neck he goes.
So we've got Nick Jones, winner from down there, the Royal Welsh. Commentator of the Royal Welsh. He won that big senior competition. So he's a man on form, the man from Livinus down there the other side, I reckon. So good lineup to start with. He'll be wanting to get to make the first quarter call, is to get in the top 12. It's a big ask going from 57 to 12, but that's the way it is. So we'll be taking the top 12 through to a semi-final. We got the boy from the Netherlands, Jome Barestro. He is a multi-talented individual. He's a blade shearer. He's a machine shearer, and he's an actual very, very good welder. And he goes underwater welding. What a dangerous thing to do. Underwater welding is Jome Barestro from the Netherlands, but they now hail in Tetbury and Gloucester. So they're all shearing very, very within themselves here, I think. So young Paddy Dunn over there in Ireland, to see him on YouTube. He's all traveling around the world and it's doing the business. It's Paddy Dunn. He's winning competitions out there in New Zealand and he's putting the finishing touches. 10 men, you've only got one job. Make sure you turn the clock. Thank you, Dylan. So we got Nick. He's on sheet number 3 along with Paddy Dunn, along with Yome. And we've got Luke. Zane Munn as well. Zane goes in for sheet number 3 on the board. 10 men. You only got one job, Zane Munn, 10 men. Change his card. Deaf as a post. Out goes Nick and he goes in for sheet number 4. Looks to be doing a clean job. On stand number. He goes in for stand number 4. Goes in for 4.
Yeah, Nick brings number 4 to the party. But Yemi Bonistro and Zane Mann are already up the neck and into that first front shoulder of 4. Where's Paddy Dunn, the quality shearer from over there in Ireland? Beautiful, clean shearer, this young fella. I think he's been out there shearing the last couple of years around the Hawke's Bay. and it's really starting to prove its worth. Nick Jones is now up the neck and into that first front shoulder, but Jimmy Bonistro has got to the turn. He's been travelling the globe, ladies and gentlemen, spent a lot of time shearing in Europe and down there in Australia. But now he's here at the Corwen Shears, but it's going to be our man on stand number 5, Zane Munn. Out he goes. The fastest time will be taken. Is that Paddy's third or fourth sheep, Dill? Out goes Jimmy Bonistro. Dill TN, is that his third or fourth? I think that could be his fourth. Well done, boys. Just for the timekeepers, we don't want them to get confused. They need to know we're back on this manual stopwatch system. We need to know what sheep you are shearing. Nick Jones now, finishing touches going in for the Bracken boy. And out he goes. Would love to make this big final after the Royal Welsh there on Wednesday. Paddy Dunn now just coming down that last side, out the hind leg. Beautiful quality clean shearer. Next heat, get yourself ready. Out goes Paddy Dunn.
Owen Williams, Billy Powell, Dion Hughes, Owen Martin Jones, Edward Griffith, Jack Samuel. Let's have you on the side of the stage, ready to come up. Come on. Ian Williams to 1, Billy Powell 2, Dion Hughes 3, Owen Martin Jones 4, Edward Griffith to 5, Jack Samuel. Next heat, we want you down there ready. Ryan Addison, Lewis Jones, Karen Evans, Phil Hawksby, Chris Snapvin, and Owen Jones. Owen Williams to 1, Billy Powell 2, Dion Hughes 3, Owen Martin Jones 4, Edward Griffiths to 5, Jack Samuel to 6. You need one pen man in your pen. You need one pen man in your portal. So if we have shearers leaving from stand number 6 and you come on from stand number 1. Let's get that right all day. Pen men, put your cards back to 1.
Shearers, if you can bring 2 people up, we're a bit short on staff here for anybody in the portholes. If you can bring a second man up to do your porthole, it would just save these sheep running around the board and potentially hampering your
Rory,
shearing.
you got somebody in your pen. Billy Powell. Get somebody. Reese Morris, where are you? Get in Billy Powell's pen. Somebody. Well done, Nick.
Do we have a thumbs up from our chief referee? We ready to go?
Pen men, on 4. Put your clock back to 1. Pen men, you've only got one job. Do it correctly, please. Right from word go.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, heat 2 of this senior championship. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, shearers go. These boys will have seen that first heat. It's a big cut here today. We've got over 50 shearers and we'll be taking the top 12 into that semi-final later on. The big man, Dion Hughes, here right in the middle. Look, Brill creamed his hair especially for the event. Steps up the neck already. Billy Powell is up the neck and into that first front shoulder. Owen Martin Jones was here in that speed shear competition last night with Bedwell Griffith. Jack Samuels into that first front shoulder. Ian Williams into that first front shoulder, but already Billy Powell is starting to show a clean set of heels to the rest of the pack. Down the last side comes Billy Powell. Dion Hughes says, hang on a minute, I'm coming to the party around that last front shoulder. These boys come, but it's Billy Powell in the pen for sheep number 2 there, Steve.
Yeah, Billy Powell. He had a cracking shear up at the Royal Welsh. You've seen him on social media. He's shearing all over Europe. Is Billy Powell been out to New Zealand, shore over 500 the other day. So 4 lambs going to be no problem to him. Young Billy Powell, he also shoring the Axeman as well. Very grateful, but I love the style of this young man on stand number 2. Real cruisy there on stand. Yohan Williams goes in for 2. Dion Hughes just put in the finishes touches and he'll be in for 2. Owen Martin Jones, like this one, another young man that's got a cracking style there, real cruisy. Bedward Griffith in for 2, and Jack Samuel from up there in mid Wales in for 2. They've seen the first down the 4-0, but they've just got to get up there and shear him as clean and as quickly as they can. And they're hoping what they've done up there on the boards in this heat will get them into that top 12. You've got to just be right on it from word go. You've got to leave it all up there on the boards. So Billy Powell, lovely job again from Billy Powell. He strolls in the pen and comes out with sheep number 3 on the board. Look at Dion Hughes whipping them long blows. That blow right from the hip bone, right up to the base of the ear. Turns to come round the last side. Got her under control there. Beautiful style again. Left hand working as hard as the right hand. Looks to be doing a cracking job there on stand. The number 3. And he puts the finishing touches and he goes in, I think, for his 3rd sheet, Nick.
Yeah, if his pen man would change the pen card, we'd know exactly what he was on. That could be sheep number 3. Had a bit of a run around on the first sheep, but he's just settled himself back down and he's back in the mix. In will pop Owen Martin Jones for sheep number 3. Whereas Ian Williams, he'll be in the pen for number 3, but Billy Powell has got to the turn. Bedwell Griffith into the pen. He will go with number 3 with Jack Samuels now. But Billy Powell went out in front from the get-go, and he'd love to stay there. Down and out the hind leg will come Billy Powell, but it's his turn to have a little bit of a dancer. Around that last hind leg, he comes over the top of the tail head and into the pen goes Billy Powell for sheep number 4. Keep those pen cards right, boys. Ian Williams is pen man. Change the pen card. We think he's on sheep number 3, 2, 3. We're not sure. Billy Powell now into that undermine. Dion Hughes down and out the hind leg. Owen Martin Jones has got to the turn. Around that last front shoulder comes the young fella who was here supporting that speech here last night. Long blow time for Ian Williams. In the pen will go Dion Hughes. He strolls in with those big 6-foot legs of his, ladies and gentlemen. Bedwell Griffith now. Flat tack on the long blow with Jack Samuels, the 2 men on 5 and 6. Not a lot between these 2 boys. In the pen pops Owen Martin Jones there. Brings his 4th and final lamb to the party. Up the neck goes Dion Hughes. He's starting to find his mojo a bit now. Ian Williams in the pen for sheep number 4. But Billy Powell has got to the turn. Around that last front shoulder comes Billy Powell, and down the last side he will charge. Love to make it into the top 12 here, and the top 6 after that. Out the hind leg comes young Billy Powell, but Dion has caught up. He's down the last side as well. In the pen, and out goes Billy Powell there.
Next heat, get yourselves ready at the bottom of the stairs. Over on the left-hand side, please. Ryan Addison, Lewis Jones, Karen Evans, Phil Hawksby, Chris Knappin, Owen Jones. Out goes Dion Hughes. He's had a good cheer. Will that be enough to get him into that top 12? So that just leaves Yohan Williams, Owen Martin Jones coming down the last side. Bedward Griffith steps up the neck into the first front shoulder. Jack Samuel into that first front shoulder. Very difficult part of the sheep this year. But out goes Owen Martin Jones. You don't have to hit the stoppers, boys. Just pull the cord. Bedward Griffiths. Long blow time for Bedward. Long blow time for Jack Samuel. Flick around that. Cleans off that cheek. Around that last front shoulder. These look some lovely shearing lambs to me. These boys are doing a job on them. The cocky should be. Out goes Yohan Williams on 1. So that just leaves Jack Samuel and Bedward Griffiths. They won't be long Jack Samuel looks to be doing a quality job, but then so are the other 57 of them. Out goes Jack Samuel on 6. And out go Bedward Griffiths down the last side. 3 more big wide blows if she will sit still. All right, taking every little bit of whisker of wool out underneath that hind leg, underneath the hamstring there. Flick around the tail, and out they go. Let's have the next heat up. Give 'em a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat 2.
That was heat 2. Shearers, please exit from the right of the stage. And we'll have the next heat up from the left. We'll have Ryan Addison to 1, Lewis Jones to 2, Caron Evans to 3, Phil Hawksby to 4, Chris Netvine to 5, Ian Jones to 6, please. Hopefully we'll get the TV screen up to the side in a minute with the next heat on. But just make sure you are ready to go, boys. Bring up a second pen man if you can, please, for your port towel. Just so we don't have these sheep running around the boards.
Ten men, put your clocks back to, all the judges, if they can do it, put them cards back to 1 and we'll try and get some sort of order. Thank you, David.
Heat 4 after this will be Adam Killen, Joseph Scarhill, Gethin Williams, Daifan Evans, Elgin Clist, Luke Price.
Absolutely.
Get ready. We've seen these boys aren't hanging around here today. 10 heats of this senior championship. Ryan Addison. Do we know?
Addison, I haven't seen him. Ryan, does anybody know if he's coming from Raider?
Luke Parkhouse is shaking his head. No.
Okay.
John James, no. No. Ryan Addison's not here. That's fine. We're going to make a start with the boys that are. Thumbs up from our chief referee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Heat 3 now of this senior championship here at the Corwen Shears. A few boys not showed up, and we cannot hang around for them today. Into the belly they go together now then. We've seen a couple of real good quick heats to start off this competition. Lewis Jones is the first man up the neck, followed by the rest of the field. They all step up in synchronization together. These are beautiful shearing lambs here. We witnessed some here yesterday and again now this morning, but they are fairly spirited. You've got to hang on to them. They're all dropping down into those long blows now, but it's Phil Hawksby steps over, Chris steps over, Lewis Jones, Caron Evans, and Ian Jones out there on stand number 6 all step over, so they've all got to the turn. They would all dearly love a place in this big senior final later on this evening, when they'll be able to pick their walk-on song and come up here like local celebrities. Down and out the hind leg comes Lewis Jones. Down and out the hind leg comes Phil Hawksby. And Chris Netvine, who's going to be the first in the pen. It's Chris and Phil and Lewis all together there, Steve.
And they're going, they're shearing all very comfortable at the moment. Nobody's getting too far in front. They're all shearing well within this cell. They're just holding back, I think, keeping the quality and hoping that will get them through. Lewis on 1. Karen there on the belly wool. Phil now into the undermine. Chris now into that first hind leg. Takes off that top and into that undermine he goes. Along with Ian Jones there on stand. Number 6. Up the neck, they all step. Nobody getting out in front on this one. They look some lovely shearing lambs, but they're just out. Once you get out in the open, you just got to get there first. Karen Evans just putting in that first front shoulder. But it looks like Phil on stand, number 4. Just going to be the first Good turn to come down the last side. I tell you what, our 10 men are shit at the moment. Thank you, Roger. Mr. Hislop there, thank you. Right there. So Phil coming out the hind leg of his second sheep. Karen is coming round the last side of his second. Lewis Jones going down the last side. Young, that's not Luke Price to me. Yohan Jones. Yohan Jones going out the hind leg. Looks to be doing a cracking job. Well, if they're all like their last side, they'll be happy. The farmer will with these sheep coming back. These shearers are doing a job on them. So in goes Chris for 3. In goes Yohan for 3. In goes Luke for 3. In goes Karen for 3. Phil's already been there and he's already out with 3.
Yeah, into that undermine goes Phil Hawksby there. Come all the way over from Yorkshire, I think, to be here. Into that first front shoulder he goes now. I don't know who the closest to him. They're pretty much all there, blow for blow. Up the undermine goes Lewis Jones. Up the undermine goes Karen Evans. And Chris Nepthine is into that first front shoulder as well now. The eye on Jones into the up the neck, and he'll be around the back of the head. But already Phil Hawksby here. He's flat stick on the long blows. Tor Henderson obviously thinking he's some sort of local celebrity on the live streaming. We'll see a bit of him later on, don't you worry about that. Lewis Jones now, flat tack on the long blows, but Phil Hawksby still out in front, down that last side and out the hind leg. Comes the big man there on stand, number 4. Big, strong set of shoulders on him, but oh no, look at this, Chris Nepvine is in the pen for his 4th and final lamb. Keep those pen cards right for our timekeepers, guys. Thank you very much. Lewis Jones now out the hind leg. Phil Hawksby's got number 4 to the party. In goes Lewis. In goes Karen Evans now in 1-2 more blows. And Yohan Jones as well there, Steve.
Yeah, they're going in for sheep number 4, I believe, all the way across the board. Thank you, Yohan Morris. Thank you. You've only got one job to do, penmen. Please do it correctly. So this heat, they're all shearing together on their last 4th and final lap. All well within themselves. Nobody getting out in front. Nobody putting it. They're all keeping the quality. But it looks like it's going to be Phil there on stand number 4. He's just put in already, but Chris already on stand number 5. Putting in the filling round underneath that last front shoulder. Down the hind, out the hind leg he goes. Followed closely by Phil. Down he goes, Phil, but it looks like it's going to be the young man on stand. Pull your cord, Chris. Good man. Followed closely by Phil. Let's have the next heat up ready, please. Out goes Phil. Pull your cord, Phil. Lewis Jones just putting him round underneath that last front shoulder. Karen Evans chasing him hard. Yohan Jones. He's starting to get a bit, she just got a little bit septic on him there. On stand number 6. Again, Lewis Jones. Out goes Lewis Jones. And putting the finishing touches. Yohan Jones on 6. Out goes Yohan. That just leaves Karen Evans. Quality all the way from that young man. Out goes. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat number 3. Heat number 4. Adam Killeen, Joseph Scahill, Gethin Williams, Duvan Evans, Elgar Liston, and Luke Price. If you can make your way to the boards, please. 10 men. You only got one job. Turn them cards.
Heat 5 will be Jack France, Tom Ion, Ivan Thomas, Artie McCarthy, Diane Swelt, and Ewan Davis. Ewan Davis. Sorry if I get any of the pronunciation wrong.
Dion. Coredig Lewis, Toby Walker, Lloyd Rees, David Roberts, Keith Swan. Can you check in, please? Coredig Lewis, Toby Walker, Lloyd Rees. Can you get booked in, please? Okay, looks like we're all ready to rock and roll. You and George as well.
We've got a thumbs up from our chief referee. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. This is heat 4 of our senior championship. 10 heats in this competition, heat 4. And these boys are here to mean business. Gethin Williams under that undermine. Dyfan Evans into that undermine, but already up the neck. Elgin there on stand number 5. Adam Killen, though, is right there with him. He's into that first front shoulder. Long blow time for these boys. Joseph Scahill into the long blows. He goes. Gethin Williams right there. They're all flat tack on the long blows right along the field. Elgin gets the turn. Adam gets the turn. These boys were here in this big speech here last night. Live streamed around the globe. Gethin Williams gets the turn, cleans off that brisket, but already the big man Elgin there on stand number 5 brings number 2 out. Adam Killing now out the hind leg he goes. Joseph Scahill out the hind leg. Gethin Williams out the hind leg. Luke Price out there on stand number 6 is into the pen as well, but it's already this man on stand number 5. Elgin is up the neck on sheet number 2. Dyfan Evans brings number 2 out. They got number 2 right along the boards now. Look, ladies and gentlemen, up the neck and into that first front shoulder goes Adam and Joseph together. Gethin Williams firing in those big undermine shots. Dyfan Evans fires in the undermine shots, but already Elgin is flat tack on the long blows, but she's just having a little bit of a stretch out. He says, sit still, this won't take too much longer. Hit the cheek and get to the turn. Luke Price hits the cheek and gets to the turn. Joseph Scahill will hit the cheek and get to the turn. Beautiful shearing lambs. These lambs here at the Corwen Shears. But some of them do take a little bit of holding on to. These boys are real professional shearers. Down and out the hind leg they come. In the pen though, pops Luke Price there on stand number 6. Elgin goes in. Where's Joseph and Adam now? And the 2 men there in the middle just coming down the last side there together, Steve.
So it's a good lineup. Like you say, they're all pretty cheering, pretty, I think, well within their capabilities. But Devon Evans goes in for sheet number 3. Elgin goes, he's on 3. What's he on the far side? Luke Price from Bracken there. Good shear is Luke Price. I take it as Adam Killen is flying, or is that just 3 on the boards? Who knows with each pen? Rory got 1 left, so Luke Price is on the big. Adam, how many's he got in for Adam? Sean, what's he got on? What's he shearing? Thank you. Thank you, Sean. I'll have a word with your mother. So he comes out the last side of 3. Looks like furthest on is Joseph Scahill there on stand number 2. He's put in the finishing touches to 3. A nice cruisy style on this young man. The pen man is ready to get all of it, put a foot up 4-all. And he flies in the pen for his 4th and final sheep. And young man there, Joseph on stand number 2. Adam goes in for sheep number 4. Devon putting the finishing touches to 3. He flies in for 4 along with Elgin. Elgin goes in for 4. He looks across the board. Luke Price, a young man from Brecon. Tremendous year of that Luke Price again. Another cruisy style. I like this boy's style and looks to be doing a good job on that lamb. And she goes down the 4-hole and in for 4. Right away across the board now. 10 men, you get them bloody clocks right, or if you're not doing it right, we're going to be asking you to leave.
Thank you, Steve. These timekeepers, because we're doing it manually, it needs to be right. We don't want them to not stop the clock just because you haven't turned the pen card for your mate, because you were busy telling him how good he looked while he was shearing. Luke Price now rocking and a rolling into that first front shoulder. Elgin flat tack on the long blows, but it's the 2 men out here, I think, on 1 and 2. Down and out the hind leg comes Adam. Down and out the hind leg comes Joseph. Out goes Adam on stand number 1. Beautiful shear for the young fella. If all you shearers that haven't shorn yet, take a look to the left-hand side of the stage. You will see your names up there in the next heat, so you can be ready and waiting at the side of the stage. Out goes Elgin there on stand number 5. He'll be happy with that. Oh, he shakes his head. Maybe not. Gethin Williams now.
Open shearers, the heats have been put up. Can you come and check them, please? You can check your open heats, make sure your name's on the list. The open heats have been put up.
Luke Price and Dyvan Evans there. Just finished a second ago. Just Gethin Williams now. Next heat, Jack France, Tom Loon, Ivan Thomas, Artie McCarthy, Diane Lloyd, and Ewan Davis. Get yourselves ready. Gethin Williams now around that last front shoulder. Down the last side, he'll charge. Out the hind leg comes Gethin Williams. Out goes Gethin Williams, ladies and gentlemen. That was heat number 4. Heat number 5, get yourselves ready to rumble.
Right. Jack France. Jack. Is that Jack France? No, that's not Jack France. That's Tom. Ivan, Artie McCarthy, Dean is there. Dean. Ewan is there. Got a bit of feedback. Jack France. Anybody seen Jack France? Jack.
If he's not here, he won't be shearing. We've got a tight ship to get through. You all knew the check-in times. If you can't get out of bed in the morning, that's your problem, not ours.
Judges, just put them cards back to 1. Out. Get out. Put the cards back to 1 first. Good boy. Raymond, Ray, put the cards back to 1. We'll start off right if we don't finish right. Is your name Jack? Oh no, his name's Jonathan.
Heat 6 is posted up there on that TV screen, boys. So just take a little look and get yourselves prepared. As soon as we have a thumbs up from doing, yes, we have. Oh,
Hold on. Referee.
Referee to stand number 6.
It's good enough. Okay.
Okie dokie, we've got a thumbs up there. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. We're at the halfway point now in this 10 heat competition here in the seniors. Seen some of them here last night in that speech here. Tom Lawn there into those undermine shots already. He'll be stepping up the neck, but Artie McCarthy is right there with him. He got married earlier on in the year, ladies and gentlemen. He'd love to win some prize money today just so he can clear the bar tab from the wedding. Diane Floyd there into that first front shoulder. He goes. Ewan Davis into the first front shoulder, but already Artie McCarthy is into those long blows. Tom is into the long blows. These boys are really meaning business. It's a real big cut from 50-something shearers down to the top 12. They would love to make it from that 12 into the top 6 as well. Who's going to be the first in the pen for sheep number 2? Tom's is just having a bit of a dance and a jiggle. Ivans is having a bit of a dance and a jiggle. Artie McCarthy puts the finishing touches there. The man from Mid Wales, but no, it's Dion Floyd and Tom in the pen. They go together, Steve.
Yeah, no, it's nobody getting ahead. Ivan Thomas just coming down. Oh, she just won't sit still. Ewan Davis misses a 4-0. Little Ewan Davis from Flintpicker in Newchurch. He was an intermediate shearer, but he won a couple of senior competitions. So they stuck him up in the seniors in the last couple of shows, but he's a cracking shearer. He's been out to New Zealand. Ivan Thomas goes in for 2. Long Tom on stand number 2 goes in for 2. Yohan Morris, thank you. You got a long blow time for young Tom there on stand number 1. They're all working around there now. Artie McCarty up there, another Lister man. He just got married recently. Did that young man around that front shoulder he goes. We're cleaning off the brisket underneath that last front shoulder. 6 now, 7 wide blows, and he'll be pushing that core and going back in the pen. All right, out the hind leg he goes. And he's followed by Dean Fluid up there on stand number 5. But a flick around the tail, it's Artie McCarty. Goes in for sheep number 3, followed closely by Dean Lloyd, who runs in the pen. Tom Long Tom comes flying out the door with sheep number 3 on the board. Ivan Thomas taking every bit of whisker of wool. That brisket underneath that last front shoulder. Where's Ewan Davis? Looks to be doing a cracking job out there on stand number 6. It'll be quality all the way. I can remember him at Bracken Show, winning intermediate competitions and senior competitions, and he's now up in the senior. Ivan Thomas goes in for 3. Ewan Davis goes in for 3. 3 right across the board now, Nick.
Yeah, Artie McCarthy is flat tack on the long blows. He's hit the cheek and get into the turn. Dion Floyd right there with him. He'll hit the cheek. But young Artie McCarthy, freshly married and still happy, he tells me. Well, that's what his wife told him to say. Undermine time for Ewan Davis. Artie is down and out the hind leg. Dean is down and out the hind leg. Tom around that last front shoulder. He comes now. In the pen pops Artie. He spent a lot of time out there in the Hawke's Bay, perfecting his technique, and it's showing because he's a beautiful quality shearer here on stand number 4. Dean Floyd brings number 4 out, I think. Pen cards, is that right? Is he on 3 or 4? Well done, young fella. Just keep them right for these timekeepers. That's all we ask. Tom brings number 4 out. Ivan Thomas around that last front shoulder and down the last side. Up the net go these two men on 4 and 5 together now. Into that first front shoulder comes Artie McCarthy. Into the first front shoulder goes Diane Floyd. Iwan Davis down the last side. He comes. Beautiful quality job being done out there on stand number 6. The farmer's going to be delighted with how well these lambs have been shorn. But it's Artie McCarthy around the last front shoulder. The man from Mid Wales, ladies and gentlemen. Down around the last front shoulder. Down the last side he'll come. In the pen goes Ewan Davis. Up the net goes Ivan Thomas. Long blow time for Tom. But it looks to me like it could be Artie. Last side, and out goes Artie McCarthy there, Steve.
Good shave of Artie. Will it be enough? We'll only know the judges. So Tom Long around the last front shoulder he comes of his 4th and final lamb. Out goes Dion Clewin there on stand number 5. Ivan Thomas sweeping in them long blows right from the hip bone right up to the base of the ear. Cleans off the cheek. Tom reaches for his cord. Time taken for Tom on stand number 2. That just leaves Ivan Thomas. Out the line leg there. Down the last side. The way I'm looking at these last sides, the farmer will be very happy when these come back into the off the lorry, I think. This looks like quality all the way, but we're not the judges. And Ivan Watkins, flick around the tail and heel time will be taken for Ivan Watkins there. That just leaves Ewan Davis just up in. He's taking every little whisker of wool off. Around our last front shoulder, he's going for the quality stakes today. He'll open it, it'll just get him into that top 12. But my word, it's a big ask to get from 57 down to 12. You've got to be on your game right from the offset. No messing. Leave it all up there on the board. And out he goes. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat number 5.
Heat 6 will be Elgin Wilson, William Ballantyne, James Spencer, Ollie Morgan. David Evans is not here. That is Thomas Merion and Rhys Davis. So stand 5 is actually Thomas Merion, not David Evans. Elgin Wilson to 1, William Ballantyne to 2, James Spencer to 3, Ollie Morgan to 4. William Ballantyne is also not here, apparently. On to Thomas Merion on 5 and Rhys Davis on 6. Get yourselves up here with your 2 penmen. So we're back. William Ballantyne is not here. We got the rest of the field. This is Heat 6. Heat 7 has been posted up there on the screen to the side of the stage, so get yourselves ready.
Not here. Well,
soon as we have our thumbs up from our chief referee. He's just double checking that everybody's happy. Yep, we've got a thumbs up from the chief referee. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. We're underway here now with the 6th of this 10 heat competition. Things are running quite smoothly so far. Thank you, competitors, for getting yourselves organised. So James Spencer in the middle, he rips that belly well off and he's into those undermine shots. Elgin Wilson there, up the net and into that first front shoulder. He's meaning business here, come all the way up from down there in Pembrokeshire this morning. Thomas and Marion into that first front shoulder he goes. Rhys out there on stand number 6 into the first front shoulder. Ollie Morgan is dropping into those long blows, but it's Elgin Wilson, I think. No, it's not. It's Thomas Merion. Long blow time for Thomas. Long blow time for Ollie. Elgin's been there, done that, hit the cheek, got for the turn. Rhys Davis there, long blow time. These are quality shearers right along the field. Seen some beautiful jobs being made this morning of these beautiful shearing lambs here at the Corwen Shears. Heat 7 is up there on the board, so get yourselves ready and get your pen men. In goes Thomas Merion for sheep number 2. In goes James Spencer, Elgin Wilson, and Rhys will go in for number 2 now. Where's Ollie Morgan finishing touches, and he will be in the pen for number 2 as well there, Steve.
All in the pen there for 2 now. So Elgin Wilson, long close. Elgin into the hind leg. James Spencer then into the first front shoulder. Ollie into the variable. Thomas, whipping them blows in now. It's another good, great lineup of senior competitors. It is a big ask for these senior boys to get when they win a few competitions and they get up into the open. They got to go for it, but we've got some cracking senior shearers here today. We're going to take it to the top 12. So Thomas Myrion out the hind leg of his second sheep. There's Thomas Myrion. People are looking on there. He's putting the finishing touches at Thomas, and he flies in the pen for sheep number 3, followed by James Spencer. Real cool kookaburras. James Spencer there on stand number 3. Ollie Morgan. Around that last front shoulder he goes, along with Rhys Davis, but it's Elgin Wilson putting the finishing touches. Ollie Morgan finishing touches to 2, I believe, and he'll go in for sheep number 3 with Elgin Wilson.
Yeah, in goes Elgin Wilson now. James Spencer's up the neck. Thomas Merion is up the neck. All you open shearers taking part later on, I've just been informed that some of the lambs have got socks. They're Romney Cross lambs. They do have socks, but you will not be judged on the sock. So do not have to worry about taking the socks off. They will not be judged for you open shearers in that open class. But back to the seniors now. James Spencer down the last side. Thomas Merion down the last side. Ollie Morgan's pen man, please keep his pen card turning. Well done, young fella. James Spencer is out with his 4th and final. Thomas Merion will be in and out for number 4. Rhys Davis, a long blow time for him. Long blow time for Ollie Morgan. Elgin Wilson. Out the hind leg he comes. And he will be in and out now. Undermine time for Thomas Merion, but already James Spencer's been there and done that. Long blow time for the man on stand number 3. In goes Elgin Wilson. Number 4 is through the door for that young fella. Down the last side comes Ollie Morgan and Rhys Davis out there on stand number 6 together. Down and out the hind leg they come, but it's this speed demon here on stand number 3. James Spencer. He was here in that big speed shear last night, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the hind leg comes James. Out comes Ollie Morgan with number 4. Out comes Rhys Davis, but out goes James Spencer there. Thomas Merion. Last side time for him. Thomas Merion now just putting the finishing touches to his 4th and final lamb. And he'll be pulling his cord there, Steve. Elgin Wilson. Last side time for him. Ollie Morgan and Rhys Davis in that first front shoulder together. Long blow time for them boys. Elgin Wilson. The finishing touches just going in for him, and he'll be pulling his cord. Out goes Elgin Wilson. Heat 7 will be Alan Evans, Luke Parkhouse, Theo Cloyd, Pat Corrigan, Ivan Davis, and Hannah Rose. Make sure you're ready to go. That will be Heat 7. Once we finish these two boys off here, Ollie Morgan down the last side, Reese Davis down the last side. Out the hind leg comes Ollie Morgan. Down the last side comes Reese. Out goes Ollie Morgan there now. Just two more little flicks around the tail and out will go Reese Davis. That's Heat 6 there, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 7, get yourselves ready. Heat 7, Heat 7, Heat 7.
We got a bit of feedback.
So Kieran Lawless and Morris Whaley, you have been put into Heat 9. You're in Heat 9, Kieran Lawless, Morris Whaley. We're now on Heat 7. Heat 8 has been posted on our TV screen. Get yourselves ready.
Okay. You starting them? We got the green light.
We got a thumbs up from the chief referee. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. Heat 7 here of this senior championship. And these boys are going to mean business now. They would love to make it into that top 12. We got Luke Parkhouse. He was here in that big speech here last night. He's made several finals this year up and down the country. A real quality shearer from down there in Devon. Pat Corrigan up the neck he goes. Ivan Davis is into that first front shoulder already. He's a rocking and a rolling. Where's Hannah Rose? Out there on the end on stand number 6. She can get round them, no problem about that. Dio Cloyd into that first front shoulder. But already little Pinky Parkhouse, we call him down there in Devon. He's coming down the last side. He's travelled all the way up from down there in Devon. Would love to be in this big final later on tonight. Ivan Davis down the last side. He comes. Alan Evans down the last side. In the pen, though, pops Luke Parkhouse, Steve.
Yeah, he didn't take long on that one. He's been in business today, Luke. Looks like he's on song. He's going to put it up there. He's going to go for it. A lovely cruisy style. Really works hard on this love seat. It's beautiful. Pops that undermining. Up the neck he pops there. On stand number 2, Lukey Parkhouse. Elan goes on stand number 1. Dale goes in on stand number 4. Where's the Mr. Davis? The young lady there. What a cracking cheer. Hannah Rose. Sora shearing in the ladies there. Alan Evans. Al Evans on stand number 1. Cracking cheer made final. Royal Welsh, but already Luke Parkhouse flying around that last front shoulder of his second sheep. Dale Clewid is into the underminer too. Ivan Davis up the neck at 2, but already Luke Parkhouse has been there, done that. He's going to go in for sheep number 3.
Yeah, he's having a blistering shear up there on stand number 2. Alan Evans around that last front shoulder. He comes on stand number 1 there. Theo Cloyd into the first front shoulder. Pat Corrigan into the first front shoulder. Ivan Davis down the last side with Hannah Rose. I think Alan Evans is going to be the next man in the pen for sheep number 3. But already little Pinky Parkhouse there. He won that big speech here out in Wagga Wagga 2 years ago. And I think he's only ever won a raffle since. But he would love to be here in this big final this evening. Ivan Davis now into those undermine. Hannah Rose is out with number 3. Keep the pen cards turning, penmen. Please keep the pen cards turning. Down the last side charges Luke Parkhouse. He looks to be like he's doing a quality job and going really quickly as well. Hannah Rose's pen man. Is she on 2 or 3? We're not entirely sure. In the pen pops Pinky Parkhouse. Alan Evans around the last front shoulder. Ivan Davis has got to the turn. Pat is up the neck. Dio Cloyd is into that undermine. Long blow time for Hannah Rose, but is still the man of the moment on stand number 2. She's having a bit of a kick and a wriggle. He says, don't you worry, I might be an Englishman, but I'll get into that final later on today. In the pen pops Ivan Davis. Hannah Rose will be right there with him. Alan Evans is into the undermine, but is still the man of the moment. Old Pinky Parkhouse there is flat tack on the long blow, Steve.
Yeah, he's meaning business today, Luke. Oh, she's just got a little bit septic on him there on stand 2, but he keeps it all under control, pushing him. The shots are being fired. They're going in as he turns to come round the last side. I think this is going to be the fastest shear of the day from Lukey Parkhouse there on stand. Number 2, out the hind leg he goes. Taking off every bit of whisker work. Got lovely control over that handpiece. Out he goes on stand number 2. We'd be happy with that. So we got Deo Clwyd. I think he'll be going in for his 4th and final, I would be. We got Alan Evans finishing touches on stand number 1. Deo goes in for sheep number 4. Phil there's on 4. Ivan coming down the last side 4. We got Anna Rose. Long blow of 4. That'll be quality all the way from that young lady on stand number 6. But it's Ivan Davis who's going to be the next one to go, I think. And a flick around the tail, and he'll be ripping for that. Time will be taken. On stand number 5, he looks at the pen, at the cards, at the show. Will he be happy with it? And then we got Phil. Ivan Davis. Who's next? It's going to be Deo Clwyd. Deo and Ivan Davis. Who's going to be the next? It looks like out on stand number 4 goes Pat Corrigan from Ireland. I don't see much of him. Look at that Corrigan family, I suspect. Deo Clwyd just put in the finishing touches. Way on looking on. Deo, taking every little bit of whisker all off there. He's not going to leave anything on for the judges. Make sure you hit that stopper. Out he goes, on the stopper. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat number 7.
Number 8 will be Philip Christian, Kai Jones, Kenneth MacLeod, Ewan Hughes, Murray McHark, and Katie O'Sullivan. And what a week she's been having, ladies and gentlemen. She won the wool handling at the Royal Welsh. She then come up here and won the wool handling yesterday and would love to win this senior championship here today.
She win it yesterday? Oh, we got Philip Christian on 1, Kai Jones 2, Kenneth MacLeod 3, Ewan Hughes 4, Murray McHark and Katie O'Sullivan, the wool handler. winner at the Royal Welsh, winner yesterday, and now she wants to win the shearing as well. She's getting a little bit greedy. Okay, looks like we got the green light. Everybody happy? Yes.
We got a thumbs up from our referee. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So this is Heat 8. Heat 9 will also include Kieran Lawless and Morris Whaley. So make sure you're ready. You are in Heat 9, not in Heat 10. So you will be in the next heat. But now this is Heat 8. Philip Christian there. I think he's come all the way over from the Isle of Man. Up the neck he goes. Iwan Hughes is up the neck. Murray McHark is up the neck. Kenneth MacLeod is up the neck. And Katie O'Sullivan is rocking and rolling with the best of them as well. Long blow time for Murray. Long blow time for Iwan Hughes. Philip Christian is on the long blows. There's some quality shearing in this senior championship. Open shearers, get yourselves ready because we're not going to be too far away. We've just got 2 heats left in this senior championship, and then we'll be into the open. As I said before, some of the open lambs have got socks on, but you will not be judged on them. So don't worry about taking them off if you don't want to. Murray is in the pen for sheep number 5. Katie O'Sullivan is in the pen for sheep number 2. On stand number 6. Dennis O'Sullivan, if you could do her pen numbers, please. I don't think she's done 4 quite yet. Kenneth MacLeod brings number 2 out. Philip Christian brings number 2 out. Iwan Hughes is into that undermine. Murray is up the neck. Katie is up the neck. And in pops Kai Jones. There's 2 out right along the board there, Steve.
Very international lineup here today. Philip Christian from the Isle of Man. We got Kenneth MacLeod, I think, is he Australian? Yeah. And we got an Irishman, I believe, and we got a Scotch lady. There, Katie O'Sullivan, she's sticking to him like glue. There we got Philip Christian from the Isle of Man there, whopping in them long blows. Cleans off the cheek and turns for home. Along with Ewan Hughes there on stand number 4. Katie goes in for lamb number, can't see, 2 or 3. She goes in for sheep number 2. Murray there on stand number 5 goes in for 3. Katie's on 3. And Philip Christian's on 3. Kai Jones is on 3, I believe. Kenneth MacLeod down the last side at 2. Ivan Hughes goes in for 3. Kenneth MacLeod will be finishing touches and he goes in for 3. Kai Jones is still on 1 according to his penman, but he's now woke up. He's coming down the last side at 2. But Philip Christian, he's into the long and undermine of sheep number 3. Katie O'Sullivan there, long blow time for Katie. Long blow time for Murray on stand 5. Where's Ewan Hughes in the long blows as well? Kenneth MacLeod, a cruisy shearer is Kenneth there. Sean turns the clocks. Kai Jones goes in for sheep number 3. Ewan is in for 3. Where's Murray? Is he coming down the last side of 2 or 3? We haven't got a clue. He goes in for sheep number 3, I believe. Katie MacLeod, Katie O'Sullivan. Katie O'Sullivan goes in for 3, I believe. But Philip Christian coming down the last side of 3. He's the furthest on, I believe, or is it Ewan Hughes? Ewan Hughes there, put in the finishing touches, and he'll be in for sheep number 4. Ewan Hughes goes in for 4. Philip Christian goes in for 4. Dennis, what is she on? Thank you. I thought she was. Katie O'Sullivan into the first front shoulder. She's shouting out in front on this in this heat. She's long blow time for Katie. Beautiful, keeping that sheep nice and relaxed, rocking and rolling. Oh, nightmare, that's the commentator's curse. And she comes round the last side of her 4th and final sheep. Down the last side she comes. Kenneth MacLeod, I believe, has got 1 left in the pen. Murray there on stand, but it looks like it's going to be Katie O'Sullivan on stand number 6. Dennis is shouting her on. Out goes Katie O'Sullivan there on stand number 6. Hoping that'll be take her through to the top 12, but the judges are the one that's going to make the decision on that. Out goes Murray there on stand number 5. Ewan Hughes around our last front shoulder he goes. Philip Christian from the Isle of Man. 6, 7 big wide blows. And he will be reaching for that stopper. Kai Jones is on the longbow. Kenneth MacLeod. Kenneth MacLeod, I believe, is on 4. Kai Jones, is he on 3 or is he on 4? He's on 4. It's good. Sean Burgess is filming. Kenneth, I'm hoping that's his last sheep. Around our last front shoulder he goes. Real concentrated on the job, hoping that this just a little bit back on the speed stakes, but the quality might bring him through. Taking every bit of whisker of wool off. But I tell you what, so will the rest of the shearers. They look some quality sheep coming out the back. Out goes Kenneth there, and out goes Kai. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat number 8.
Well, that was heat number 8.
Thank you, all one of you.
Heat number 9 is posted up there. Sean Davis, Thomas Jones, Jimmy Johnson, Emlyn Jones, and it will also be Kieran Lawless and Morris Whaley. Then we've got the last heat, which will be Odd Christian Harland, Ocean Lewis, and Reese Morris. We'll be moving straight into then the open competition. First heat of the open will be Craig Lewis, Tom Nichols, Toby Walker, Matthew Evans, Quidgen Davis, and Alwyn Mancini. That is the first heat of the open. We've got 2 heats left here.
Socks to be left on, boys, in this Romney Crosses in the open. Socks, leave them on. Right, are we ready to rock and roll? We need some 10 men. Where's who's on 4? Who's on 3? Jimmy Johnston. Have people booked these in? Well, why don't you tell us, and then we could have just had one less heat. We could have had one less.
We've got a thumbs up. We're going to make a move. Time, keepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. A local man from just up the road, Emlyn Shabod there on stand number 4. He was here in that speech here last night. Kieran Lawless. He was supposed to be in the first heat, but he was busy having breakfast. So he better shear bloody well now. I know that much. And Morris is into that undermine. Thomas Jones into the undermine. Sean Davis is up the neck and into that first front shoulder. Long blow time though for Emlyn. But already Kieran Lawless, that breakfast must have worked wonders. Around the last front shoulder comes Kieran. Down the last side he comes on stand number 5. Long blow time for Thomas Jones, but in the pen pops Kieran Lawless for sheep number 2. Long blow time for Morris out there on stand number 6. In the pen pops Shabby on stand number 4 there. A local man, Thomas Jones now down the last side. Sean Davis down and out the hind leg. But already into that undermine, Emlyn Jones. But no, it's Kieran Lawless. He's flat tack on the long blows. He's meaning business here at the Corwen Shears, ladies and gentlemen. Around that last front shoulder, he's coming already. Down the last side, he will charge and in the pen pops Morris out there on stand number 6. But it's going to be Kieran Lawless will be in for number 3, I think there, Steve.
Is he already in for 3? My word, that bacon sandwich, that breakfast did him the world of good. He's already in for 3, the rest are on 2. So he's banging them out there now on stand number 5. I thought he was just polishing his moccasins. Well, look at him go. I don't know. He's away. He's still in a speed cheer mode by the looks of it. Kieran Lawless up the rear end neck and into the first front shoulder. I think it's 2 or 3. I haven't got a clue. So in 6, Morris Sawali there into the long blows. Emlyn Jones strolls into the pen. Emlyn strolls into the pen. Belly wall off there now, but it's Kieran Lawless. He's absolutely flying. Morris Wally on stand number 6. There's some cruisy flesh shearers on stands 1. Sean Davis and Thomas Jones. They're cruising along on stands 1 or 2. Pen men, get them clocks right, please. Pen men. Dylan. But Kieran Lawrence. What's he got? Which one's he going? Is he coming down the last side of 3? Morris Wally's about to put the finishing touches. He goes in. We're going to go in for sheep number 3. But it's Kieran Lawless goes in for sheep number 3, I believe. He's into 3. Kieran Lawless. He's whipping in. They've got one left in the pen along with Morris Wally. Kieran Lawless, undermined time, up the neck he steps. We got Sean Davis on stand number 1, up the neck. Poppy neck, he pops up sheep number 3, I believe, along with Thomas Jones. Thomas Jones into the our first 9 leg. Emlyn Jones on the last side of 4. It goes into his sheep number 4. Kieran Lawless, sheep number 3, I believe, along with Sean Davis. Kieran Lawless. He's coming down the last side of 4. Wake up, boys, because you could cock him up. I tell you, the pen men, they were thinking he was on 3. Kieran Lawless coming down the last side of 4. And his time will be taken. Could be the quickest one of the day. Out goes Kieran Lawless on stand number 5.
Yeah, he's had a cracking shear here in this penultimate heat. Thomas Jones now will hit the cheek and get to the turn, and he'll be in for number 4. Sean Davis down the last side, and he'll be in for number 4. Emlyn Shabod there. Emlyn Jones down and out the hind leg comes Emlyn on his 4th and final lamb and doing a quality job there on stand number 4. Out goes Emlyn. Morris now down the last side. Has he got one left in the pen? We think he might have. Not entirely sure. Keep the pen cards right. Sean Davis, I should imagine that's his 4th and final lamb. In pops Thomas Jones for his 4th and final lamb. Morris has got one left in the pen, we think. And he is in for his 4th and final lamb. Heat number 10, Odd, Christian Harlan, Ocean Lewis, and Reese Morris. Get yourselves ready, because you will be on after this, and that will conclude our open shearing heats, senior shearing heat, for this morning. We will then just have a change of the line of sheep, and we will be into that open competition. Up the neck goes Morris Wiley now. Thomas Jones is into that first front shoulder. Sean Davis is into the first front shoulder. No, he's not. He's into those long blows. He's about to hit the cheek and get to the turn. Morris is into the long blows. Thomas is done the long blows and he will get to the turn. Sean Davis now around that last front shoulder. He cleans off every whisker of wool there. Love to make it into that semi-final later on. Great to see Sean Davis here. Travelled down to Devon County Show there a couple of times to support us down there. Great to see some of these boys. Thomas Jones out he goes there on stand number 2. Out will go Sean Davis on stand number 1. And just Morris there, the finishing touches. And he will pull his cord. And out goes Morris. That was heat number 9, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Odd Christian Harland, Ocean Lewis, and Reese Morris.
Nice to have you up, boys. Odd Christian Harland from Norway. Ocean Lewis and Reese Morris.
The first heat of the Open will be Craig Lewis, Tom Nichols, Toby Walker, Matthew Evans, Gwydion Davis, and Alwyn Mancini.
Odd Christian Harlan to 1, Ocean Lewis to 2, Reese Morris to 3. Right, Penman, it's 11:15 in the morning. We're getting pissed off with you here. Concentrate on Shaquille Comfort the turning the pen cards. You're the ones that could cock it up for your shearers. When you're talking 2 seconds, could relate to 0.1 of a point. If the timekeepers are thinking you're going back in for another one when you've got 3 on the card and you should be seeing your final 4, it's your fault, your penmen. So, shearers, get your penmen sorted. All you have to do is turn them cards. 2 seconds is equivalent of 0.1 of a point. All right, let's get underway with this final heat of the seniors. Okay, are we all ready?
We got a thumbs up in this 10th and final heat here. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. We have slipped through all of these seniors pretty smoothly this morning. We're going to have a change of the line of sheep when we get into that open competition. The first heat of the Open is posted on the computer screen, so make sure you're ready to go. As soon as them sheep are in the pens, we will be go time. Ocean Lewis now up the neck. Odd Christian Harland is up the neck. Reese Morris is up the neck and into that first front shoulder. But already Ocean Lewis is long blow time. These guys have got to beat the other 34 or 6 competitors to make it into the top 12, and they would all love to do it. So they have their work cut out, all of these competitors this morning. Odd Christian Harland gets to the turn around that last front shoulder, but already Ocean Lewis down and out the hind leg. Where's Reese Morris? Around the last front shoulder comes Reese Morris. But it's Ocean Lewis is in the pen there, Steve.
Yeah, Ocean Lewis going in for 2, like his style, real cruisy style. Puts the blows in, love it. It's all about accuracy. The shots go in, the blows are kept to a minimum. Like it, no point using a 10-foot mower and only mowing with 5. Beautiful style there, Ocean. Little Reese Morris from Avaredo goes in. He was making semi-finals and finals. Is Reese Morris down at the Royal Welsh Show, making finals at the 3 counties. He was in that development test at the 3 counties. It looks to be doing the business. He's having the reward from it. He's up into the senior. One long ago, I was accommodating him on as a junior. He won that big junior competition at the Royal Welsh, and now he's up in the seniors. Ocean Lewis, beautiful cruisy style is Ocean there. There underneath that last front shoulder. Beautiful. The return is as good as going back as it is going forward. Real, just a bit of a commentator's curse there as he just wriggles a bit. That's allowed Odd Christian Ireland and the Norwegian to catch up on Ocean Horse. She's still getting a bit septic. So Odd Christian Ireland goes in for sheep number 2 on the boards. Ocean comes out 3, I believe. Odd Christian comes out with 3. Ocean comes out with 3. Reese Morris going around the last side of 2. Penman, thank you. So it's Odd Christian Harlan up the neck of 3, followed by Ocean Lewis there. Beautiful style. Reese Morris back on. That's a beautiful last side on that one. He goes in for sheep number 3 as well, I believe. Well on Andrew. Long blow time for Ocean there. Oh, she's just gone a little bit septic on him again, but he'll settle her back down. Odd Christian Harlan there around it. He's got a little bit septic on him as well. Cleans off the cheek. That's allowed Ocean to come back at him with every blow. Look at that beautiful style, working hard, really effective and efficiently is Ocean Lewis there. Out the hind leg, right out underneath that hamstring. Flick around the tail, and they go in together for their fourth and final sheep onto the board, Nick.
Yeah, Reese Morris now into those long blows, but already Ocean Lewis is into the belly. Odd Christian Holland, he's having a cracking shear here. I think he was here yesterday competing in the blades, and he's here now rocking and a rolling into that first front shoulder. He'd dream of making this big semi-final later on this afternoon, but Reese Morris around under that last front shoulder and down and out the hind leg he comes. He's got one left in the pen. Ocean Lewis is swinging steel, flat tack on the long blows. In pops Reese Morris with a hop and a skip and a jump. I think he was the hopscotch champion of his local primary school. I don't know. Ocean Lewis now down the last side, but odd Christian Holland, out he goes on stand number one. He's had a cracking shear there, the young man on stand number one. Ocean Lewis now, the finishing touches, and out he goes. Reese Morris jumps up the net quicker than he jumped in the pen for his fourth and final lamb. He's a rocking and a rolling. Heat number one of the Open has been posted on the TV screen, so get yourselves ready. We have just got to have a change of lambs for this competition. Soon as the lambs are in the pen, you need to be ready to go up there onto the stage. We've still got 10 heats of the Open to get through. And it's already 20 past 11. Reese Morris around that last front shoulder. Down the last side comes Reese Morris. Out the hind leg goes the young fella on stand number 3. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for all the senior competitors here this morning in this big 10 heat competition at the Corwen Shears.
Oh, senior shearers, just to let you know, there was some whole points being given in that competition for shearers leaving the board before the other competitors are finished. Rough handling, and lifting in the pen. As I said, shearers, it's up to you. Your pen men can cock it up for you because that's whole points, not divided by the number of sheep. That's whole points for lifting, rough handling, and leaving the board before your competition has finished. You've been warned. Right, soon as the sheep are in the pen, we'll get underway with these open heats. Kerridig Lewis 1, Tom Nichols 2, Toby Walker 3, Matthew Evans 4, Gwydion Davis 5, Alwyn Mancini 6. Shearers, come on from the number 1 and you leave from number 6. So that's what it says here. 5 sheep in this open shearing heats. We're taking the top 18 through to the open shearing semi-finals, and we'll and top 12 in for the Welsh shearing semi-finals. So Shearers, just to let you know, as I said, the pen men, we've had whole points in that competition. We've had whole points. I can't see any open Shearers leaving the board before the end of their particular heat. But we've had rough handling and we've had lifting. So we're telling you, the socks, leave the socks on. Leave the socks on. There are some Romney crosses. Leave the socks on. You're shearing 5 lambs. Penmen, get them cards back to 1, please. Okay, I'm waiting for the referee. We've had the green light. All right. First heat, heat 1. Shearers Theodores. Timekeeper's ready. Judges ready. Whoa. Judge on 2. Whose it is? Who do you want? Martin David. Martin David. Martin. Martin David. Martin.
Knowing Martin, he's probably going to cut the team.
Mark. He's coming.
He's finished his team.
He's finished his team. Yeah, that's it. Give him a bit of a.
We're very grateful. And we'd like to welcome Mr. Mike Henderson from New Zealand as well. He's come over to support his centaur on the trip.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. I'm privileged to be here on behalf of the New Zealand team. We'd just like to say thank you very much for your hospitality in Wales so far, and hopefully we've got a better result today.
Okay. Shearers Theodores. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. So here we are underway with the first heat. We've got over 59 competitors in this open competition. It looks like we're taking the top 18 through to the open shearing semi-final and the top 12 through to the Welsh shearing semi-final. So that's the first quarter call for these shearers here today, is to get out of these heats and get into the top, either the top 18 on this open competition and water competition to win one of the biggest in the country. You can win this one, put your name on this one. You are in an elite bunch if you win this competition. Who's going to be the first to put her down the portal on stand number 1? It looks like the new beginner there, Kennedy Lewis. He's been making development finals and it looks to be paying dividends as he's going to be the first to put it down the corridor. Oh no, it's not. It's Hot Dogs. It's going to be Matthew as he goes in for sheep number 2, Toyle.
Yeah, so it goes Matthew Hot Dogs Evans there. On the stand number 2, he's won here at Corwen before. He's been a world record holder and he knows his way around these sheep. He's a local now, so he works his way into that back leg and undermine. Into the back leg and undermine is Alwyn Mancini, the peeler. Up there on stand number 6, he's up and into the front shoulder. Cneifio Lewis, who made that big championship of Wales final. He was 3rd down at the Royal Welsh on Wednesday. So he can rock and roll. Then we got Tom Nichols. He's up and round into that front shoulder. Toby Walker from over there in Australia. This is going to be attempting a world record later on in the year on those Merinos. He's on the long lows, but already turning for home and coming down and round that last side. Alwyn Mancini, Matthew Evans, and Cneifio Lewis. Tom Nicholas is right up there with him. So who's going to be the first into the pen? It's Alwyn Mancini from Tom as they go in and out of the pen together there, Mike.
Yeah, and the shearers will be well aware of what it is when to set a good time straight up, because later on in the competition, the later shearers around 8, 9 and 10, they'll know what the times are, so these guys won't want to be mucking around. And at the moment, down there on 6, it's Mancini. Up the undermine, he flows. But on stand 2, Tom Nichols, he's up around behind, he is. Stand 4, he's there with him. Stand 3, he's around behind ears as well, so there's not too much in it at the moment. They're all cruising along. Third sheep on the board for everybody. Stand 4, if we can turn over the cards there so we know where the boys are at. The Manzini, he's down into the long low there on stand 6 already. Bit of a shake and a wriggle from that lamb. Gets it back under control. It's cost him a little bit of time there as the rest of the boys, they look like they've turned to the last side. Stand number 2, Tom Nichols. He's going to be going in for sheep number 4 already by the look of it. Pulls his handpiece off, jumps in for sheep number 4.
Tom Nichols goes in for sheep number 4. Matthew Hot Dog Evans shoots in for number 4, I believe. Alwyn Mancini, he's going to be running in the pen for number 4. Gwydion Davis. Lovely to see these youngsters, these boys that have been in the senior finals and now they're up in the open and they're going to be hoping to make open final. Gwydion Davis into the, oh, she just gone a bit septic on Alwyn there on stand number 4 for 6, but he'll settle her back down. Where's Kennedy Lewis? Into the first front shoulder he goes, along with Tom Nichols on stands 1 or 2. Toby Walker, we know it's him. He's got that big red stripe there. Somebody shouting, go Toby. Will somebody shout at his pen men to turn the cards as well? Matthew Evans, Hot Dogs, goes in for long blow on 4. Gwydion Davis, long blow on 4. Alwyn Mancini, long blow on 4. But it looks like Tom Nichols cruising along. On stand number 2 goes in for sheep number 5, Hugh.
Yes, so Tom Nichols leading the field in for that fifth and final sheep. In goes Toby Walker, who's going to be attempting that world record on Merinos later in the year. He brings out his fifth and final sheep. Out comes Matthew Evans with sheep number 5. Gwydion Davis, the granddad of the bamboo, is coming down and round that last side. Alwyn Mancini, the peeler, is putting the finishing touches. He'll go in for 5. But already the men on 1, 2, and 3 are up and round into that first front shoulder. Tom Nichols is about to turn. Kennedy Lewis, old digger there on stand number 1, he turns. Toby Walker will turn. But it's the men on stands 1 and 2 having a bit of a ding dong now then. Down and round that last side they come pretty much blow for blow. Kennedy and Tom. And it's going to be, they finish together, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a clap as they finish. And now Toby Walker puts the finishing touches. The Aussie there on stand number 3, he will go out. As Matthew Evans, Gwydion Davis and Alwyn Mancini are just coming down and round that last side there, Mike.
Yeah, Alvin's had a bit of a bugger of a share there, hasn't he? He's had wrigglers and kickers, but he's kept it under control. He'll be hoping his job's all right. Finishing touches there on 5, 4 together. Who's going to pull the cord first? Looks like the man on number 5, 4's right beside him. Alvin Manzini down there on number 6. Finishing touches for him. He's had wrigglers. Hasn't had much of a chance with this heat, but he'll hope he's got the job to finish off. He'll pull his cord. Time taken there on stand number 6.
Give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, as they come off. We'll have the next ones coming up from stand 1, please. Sam Jones to 1, Ian Jones 2, Alan Jones 3, Pierre Granger 4, Daniel Creer 5, and Cody Smith to stand number 6. Be ready to come up, boys. The next heat is on that television on the screen. The heats are posted over there on the board. Sam Jones, local boys from 1, Ian Jones from Bilford, Alan, another local, Pierre Granger from France, Daniel Creer from the Isle of Man, Cody Smith, Kiwi, I believe. They've got 60 seconds to set up the 2 handpieces, oil them up, and then we'll be underway. Senior semi-finalists, you are top qualifier Alan Evans, Hugh Hughes, Maurice Morris, Emlyn Jones, Artie McCarthy, Luke Parkhouse, Tom Lon, Deo Clwyd, Ivan Davis, Ocean Lewis, Jack Samuel, and Billy Powell. Them are your top 12. The scores have been posted. The unlucky next man in was Dovan Evans.
Give these shearers a minute or so to check their sheep. Talk to the European boys. I've seen the first heat go. Let's see what they've got to offer in the second heat.
Right, 10 men, put the cards back to 1, please. Cards back to 1. Pierre Granger. You're starting on under 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, net of. Thank you, Kieran. Okay, Shearers to your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So another cracking lineup of open shearers here again. We got internationals, we got champions, we got French champions, Isle of Man, we got the Kiwis, but we got little Alan Jones into the undermine. We got Ian Jones there. He's at his last year of show shearing. Up the neck, he's just had his award for a master shearer. He's joined an elite bunch of master shearers at that Biscuit Award down at the Royal Welsh Show. So who's going to be Pierre Granger? We'll see him later on in that French test against the Welshman. Little Alan Jones, the brother. Little Alan Jones is ripping into him there. Ian Jones, the master shearer, that elite trainer as well. He is in that elite trainers there, and the trainer, one of the sponsors here today, Elite Wolvo Training. And we've only been going just under the 51 seconds on stands 2 and 3. When they go together, Hugh.
Yeah, so Ian Jones goes in then. The newly crowned master shearer on stand. Number 2 has got his second one out on the board. Alan Jones is going in for sheep number 2, and up the underway up the neck goes Alan Jones. The little speed demon preparing following. Then we got Pierre Granger there on stand number 4. Then we got Daniel Correa, the man from over there on the Isle of Man, there on stand number 5. Then we got Cody Smith, the young Kiwi. That big Tamogo on his arm is shining as he's pushing those blows. And then we got Sam Jones, another local boy. Sam the Scrap on stand number 1 is rocking and rolling down into the long blows. But already, Alan Jones, the little cockerel from Corwen, is coming down and round the last side. And Alan Jones leads the field in for sheep number 3 there, Mike.
Just coming up, 2 minutes gone, and the third sheep's on the board for stand number 3, Alan Jones. Beside him there on 4, Pierre Gladio from France. He's down over the last front shoulder, one of France's premier shearers, so he'll be wanting to advance his chances today. Down there on 5, Daniel, he's down there up into the undermine. Big sweeping strokes and top knots off the hook. Down there on 6, the man with the big clam will put down his arm, the Kiwi boy, Jones Smith. He turns for the last side on stand number 3. But at the moment, it's the man on stand number 3, Jones, down over the last front shoulder, and he's leading the field 2 minutes and 36 seconds gone. 2 in the pen for him. On to stand number 1, a finalist over there at Cothy, I think. Sam Jones, down into the long blow pole. Big solid lad, big powerful blows by the look of it, and he's getting ready to turn for the last side. But sheep number 4 is already out on stand number 6.
Little Alan Jones goes in for sheep number 4 there. Richard changed the card there. Richard Ian Jones is going in for 4. That master shearer then Daniel Creer from Big Daniel goes in for 4 there. With Sam Jones, a local boy there, putting the finishing touches, and he'll be in for sheep number 4. There's Pierre Granger. Well, he's coming down. Alley, Pierre. And around the last front shoulder. But it's the little Alan Jones, the pocket rocket here. If she'll just sit still. They were shearing blow for blow, 2 brothers together the other day. Around that last front shoulder. Ian Jones banging in them long blows. Cleans off the cheek and round the last front shoulder he goes. And he'll be flying in there now. But little Alan Jones, last side for Alan. Out the hind leg, 1 left in the pen for Alan. And then Cody Smith comes out with 5. But it goes Alan for 5. In goes Ian Jones, a flick around the tail, and he'll be in for 5. But it's the Kiwi out on 6 is out in front here, Hugh.
Yeah, so Cody Smith and the New Zealander up there on stand number 6 is the lead in the field. He's now rocking and rolling around that shoulder. Down into the long close and goes Holy Smith. He's about to get into the turn. He looks like a real machine. Cool, calm and collected. Holy Smith. Underneath the front leg now. He's coming down that one side. Cody Smith then setting a cracking pace. And out goes Cody Smith there on stand number 6. Alan Jones is on the long close on 5. Ian Jones has turned on 5. Daniel Creer is into the shoulder. But it's Pierre Grancher now, the Frenchman, part of that French team that will be taking on Wales later on in the development test. But it's Ian Jones and Alan Jones around the hind leg. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Alan and Ian together there, ladies and gentlemen. A cracking grandstand finish. And now Sam Jones, the local boy. Sam the scrap is coming down that last side, round that hind leg. Sam Jones in the Corwen boy, but it's Daniel Creer, the big man from over there on the Isle of Man. And now out goes Sam Jones. And now we're being fought to the end by our French competitor, Pierre Grancher. Is coming to the turn. He's now coming down and round that last side. Around that shoulder comes Pierre Grancher. The flying Frenchman on stand number 4 is coming down and round that hind leg. And out goes Pierre. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, well, a cracking time set there by Cody Smith down there on stand number 6, around 4 minutes and 36 seconds for that heat. So he set the challenge.
All right, let's have you up next heat. John James to 3, David Roberts 4, Keith Swan to 5, Toya Henderson stands 6. Just don't get nervous.
Got the shakes ready. I had to stand down at the Golden Shears with Tor Shaw in the final, but I think I've got myself under good control these days.
Yeah, 2 very, very good New Zealanders there on stand. Toa, of course, part of that New Zealand team from up in Northland, up in the Kaiwaka area, just above Auckland there. Then Keith Swan, I believe, is from Wairau, out on the coast.
Yes, he comes from a good shearing family. His younger brothers and sisters Shaw in the lower grades this year, Golden Shears finalists. Their father, first time in the Open this year, he equipped himself very well. But down there on stand 6, Tor Henderson, known as the Tornado in New Zealand, for the way he attacks the sheep.
He's had a good week, so Mike's done very, very well.
He has, but it all starts again on 0 today, as it does for the Kiwi team. Nothing's taken for granted.
He's glad to have won down the room. My wife's birthday present now.
He might be buying it more than that, in fact.
Okay, we can have the boys are all oiled up. We're ready to roll. It's heat 3. 10 men, put them clocks back to 1, please. 10 men, put them clocks back to 1. Okay, shearers to your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go. So here we are in 3. What a lineup here. John James, another one of these. He's been a senior shearer. Now he's making up the Open, and he is there or thereabouts making semi-finals. We just love to see him in a final. Same with David Roberts. These young ones, they've come through the system. They're up in the Open. Then we got the 2 Kiwis, Keith Swan on stand 5 and Toya Henderson. Cracking Royal Welsh won that big Open competition down there. What a one to win. That's the big one. He'd love to win this one as well. He's got a bit of work to do on the test, but we'll get there later on this evening. So already round that last front shoulder he comes. Out underneath that half last front shoulder, 6 or 7 big wide blows if she'll just sit still. And a flick around the tail and he'll be in for sheep number 2. A flick around the tail doing a beautiful job. And he goes in for sheep number 2, you.
Sator Henderson then goes in line for sheep number 2. John James. He's been the best 10 man in Wales, and now he wants to make that final on his own account. In goes David Roberts. The young fella, he won everything as a senior, and now he's having a crack in the open. And then Keith Swan, the young man from Wyron, is coming, and the belly with his off, but already dropping down and into those long lows is the New Zealand team member, Tor Henderson. Tor will put that last long sweeping long low. One last little bit of a flick around the cheek, and he will turn to come and lead the field down and round the last side. So Tor Henderson, then, he hasn't been shearing very long here today, and even put his second sheep down and round the fourth hole. Who commentator's curse, he has a bit of a kick and a wriggle. That thing has got more quite in it than a politician in action, like round that hind leg goes Toa Henderson, and Toa Henderson goes in through the door for sheep number 3. Turn that pen card, Nick Joe.
2 minutes and 12 seconds gone, and Tor's got his third sheep out. So is John James up there on stand number 3. He's sticking with Tor in the meantime. Keith Swan down the belly for him, so everybody's going to have third sheep back onto the boards, and this looks like it might be a slightly slower heat. We might be all talking about Tor Henderson, but there's another 59 shearers here wanting to place in the semi-final today, so nothing's to be taken for granted. But back up on the board, Henderson into the long blow, turning for the last side, clears the cheek, down over the last front shoulder he comes. Looks like James Swan are the next two closest to him, stands 3 and 5. Swan's turning first, clears the cheek and down over the last front shoulder for Keith Swan. John James here up on stand number 3. He's down over the last front shoulders. And David Roberts here on 4. Clears the cheek, but Henderson's got his fourth sheep onto the board now. 3 minutes and 8 seconds gone by.
He's posting a good time. Keith Swan goes in for sheep number 3 on the boards, according to the number 4 on the boards. Toya Henderson, Nick Jones. Nick, you're a bloody better commentator than you are penman, I tell you. So John James goes in for 4. David Roberts goes in for 4. But already it's Toya there on Henderson on stand number 6. Long blow time for Toll, get the lug over. And if that long blow goes from the hip bone right up to the base of the ear, cleans off the cheek and round that last front shoulder. The rest of the pack are chasing him hard. Keith Swan there, leg over time for Keith there. But already Toya Henderson underneath the last front shoulder. And sweeping him last round, right down the hind leg he goes. And a flick around the tail, looks to be inky pinky clean from here. And he goes in for his 5th and final sheep there. Yes, and so Henderson went in through the door after sheep number 4. Very cool, calm and collected. And now he's out with his 5th and final lamb in the morning. It looks like his penman has kept him a little darling until last. Because Toa Henderson is dropping that hammer, ladies and gentlemen. He is swinging those blows like he's in a speed shield. Toa Henderson then is about to get to the turn. John James will go in for 5, but ladies and gentlemen, Toa Henderson is really going for it, a little bit of a flick, and out goes Toa Henderson. But here on stand number 6, a cracking time there, mate.
Yeah, slightly slower than the last heat, I think, approximately 8 seconds slower, but still a good time. It gives the other shearers something to work towards. Next closest looks like it's the man from Wairau, Central North Island. Keith Swan down out the last back leg he goes, ready to pull his cord. Time taken for him. Stands 3 and 4. They're both blow for blow at the moment. They'll be both working hard. They realise that they can't give these shearers 20 seconds. Every 20 seconds is a full time point. And that's pretty hard to make up. You have to have the good quality job. Not too many second cuts. Not too many mistakes and ridges out the back. No all left on. So for every 20 seconds you're behind, that's a point. It looks like these two boys are synchronised. So man 4 takes it. Then James is right behind him. So John James, he was quick to start, but finished in the slow end off.
So next up, stand 1, Jordan Phillips. Stand 2, Callum Shaw. Stand 3, Richard Jones. Stand 6, Henry Kilmist. So another cracking lineup, international lineup. Got Scottish champion Callum Shaw, Richard Jones, current world team champion, former world champion individual, world champion. We got young Henry is over there. What? Two. They're over there. He does. Okay, we got 60 seconds to oil up the handpiece, and we'll get underway with heat number 4 in this open heats.
Well,
Okay,
At least for New Zealand, I think it's the way you people are running your show. If you're not here, you miss out. We
yeah,
keep us
nobody
independent.
there. You all right, Rich? Okay, Shears to your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So Jordan Phillips on 1, Callum Shaw on 2, Richard Jones 3, and Henry down there all on his own on stand 6. So Richard Jones already into that undermine. Up the up neck he pops there on stand number 1. Meaning business is a Richard Jones. He's made that big finals. Up there the Royal Welsh. Couldn't quite get on the top step, but he wants to make a difference now. Settled her down. Long blow time. You could just see she was going to go. He just, boy, sit still, you tart. I just give me a, and I can get on with the job. That's allowed the boys to catch up and join the party. So big Henry steps over, looking cruisy style. But it looks like it's going to be Richard Jones who's going to be the first to put her down the portal. And he goes in for sheep number 2, Hugh.
Yes, so Richard Jones in will go in for sheep number 2. Jordan Phillips, the young fella from down on the Falkland Islands, will go in. So will Callum Shaw, the young man from up in Scotland. He won the Scottish Championship at the Royal Highland. So this is a cracking lineup. Henry Gilchrist up there on stand number 6. He'll get those big dreadlocks swinging to keep him in rhythm. Into the back there goes Henry, but all dropping and rocking round into those long blows is Richard Jones on stand number 3. Round into those long blows he goes. He swings that last big long sweeping long blow, and now then Richard Jones has got to the turn. Richard Jones in comes down and round along the side. Richard Jones cleans underneath that front leg. Now he stretches to get every whisker of wool off that sheep. The quality shearer from here in Corwen is coming down and round that last side. And Richard Jones will go in for sheep number 3, man.
There's Richard right on pace with the last team there. Out in front of the other boys. Henry Gilchrist down there on 6. He's in for sheep number 3 as well. Jordan Phillips there. He missed out in the Royal Welsh. Dug at his knee up from a big party the night before and he couldn't get a shear, so it's good to see him on the board today. Callum Shaw, he's got his 3rd sheep on the board as well. Down the belly for him. But it's all Richard Jones down at the long blow for him. Henry down there on stand number 6. Big long sweeping low, blows around behind the head, drops into the first shoulder, keeps that sheep under control, and into the long blow he rolls. But Jones been there and done that. Clears the cheek down over the last front shoulder for Richard Jones. He's taking the pack, taking the time to them, putting the pressure on everybody else. Richard Jones there on stand number 3.
So Richard Jones, he is taking it off. Look at that left hand, is plucking it. He just cannot leave it. They are in keeping clean out the back on Richard Jones. He's also good on the board. So he goes in for sheep number 4, followed closely by Henry. Callum Shaw, that Scottish champion. That'll be quality all the way from Callum as he goes in for 4. Jordan Phillips just back a little 3 or 4 blows, about a third of a sheep, and he won't take long. Jordan Phillips flick around the tail, and he'll be in for sheep number 4. But it's Richard Jones. A long blow time for Richard, right down on his work today. He'll want to get into that top 18 and the top 12. He loves it. Look at him flying in them long blows, putting the shots in. Takes every bit of whisker of wool off. Henry is coming to join the party on stand number 6 there. But it's Richard Jones. He had to take war, just gone a little bit septic on him. That's allowed Henry to get about 2 or 3 blows in front. And he'll be, Henry will put the finishing touches. And he'll be in for sheep number 5, Hugh.
Yeah, so in goes Richard Jones now then. The team's world champion, a past world individual world championship. He won his title over there in France. Yeah, one more, Megs, that's the way. She's got the numbers right. So now then Richard Jones goes into that back leg and undermine the quality man from up here in Corwen. Dropping and rocking around in that front shoulder. And Henry Gilchrist, I think, is on the same blow. Henry Gilchrist, pen man, change up, pen cut over, bro. So Henry Gilchrist's turn. Oh shit, I forgot that bit. So now that Henry Gilchrist is going down around the outside. And Richard Jones has got a real kicker and a wriggler there. He'll just settle it down. He's a young man with a lot of experience. The first ever world champion. But out goes Henry Gilchrist. The Kiwi up there on stand at number 6. Out he goes. And now then, Richard Jones putting the finishing touches. But Callum Shaw is coming right back to him. Out goes Richard. Out will go Callum Shaw there on stand number 2. And now then, Jordan Phillips, the young man from down there on the Falkland Islands. A real prospect. We call him the Flying Penguin there on stand number 1. I think that could be one of the handpieces he bought and Nick Griggs' record. Round the top of the tail and out will go Jordan Phillips. Give them all a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of heat number 4. Heat 5. With Lloyd Jones, Ian Morris, Dennis O'Sullivan, Jeremy Lagoni, Louis Lagoni, and Andrew Morris.
Yeah, well, that heat was a little bit slower, probably 30 seconds slower than the previous heat. So
Junior and intermediate semi-finalists, can you get booked in, please? Junior semi-finalists, intermediate semi-finalists, can you get booked in, please?
So that last heat there, Richard Jones, he started off on pace, but he got a couple of wrigglers and kickers, and that's all it takes. Put him behind. So he'll be hoping he had the job out the back. Not too many second cuts up on the board. As we roll into the next heat, give the shearers a little look at their sheep, and then we'll be away on heat number. Can't quite see it. Heat number 5. So as these heats roll through, you'll notice that the pace seems to heat up for one reason or another. The later shearers, they've had a good look at the previous heats. They've got a fair idea at the times, as we're calling them out. They can't muck around. When they can't muck around, a few problems happen.
Okay, are we all happy along the line? 10 men, put them clocks back to 1. Judges, can you do it, or somebody do it, please? Okay. Shearers to your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So another cracking lineup, but we've got 59 top quality shearers here today. So Alan Lloyd Jones, that former champion shearer of Wales there on stand number 1. We got the young man, Ewan Morris. Lovely to see him making semi-finals up at the Royal Welsh. He won't be long before he's making finals. They're into it. We got Dennis O'Sullivan there, one of the first Republic of Ireland men to actually make a world final up there at the Royal Highland. Dennis O'Sullivan there. Lovely to see him here. He's a cracking shearer. Unbelievable. He's looking at both the long blows going in. And then we got the French brothers, Jeremy Lagoni and Loic Lagoni. We'll see one of them in that French test. And then we got the little hard man, Andrew Morris there. He won that, comes second in that Veterans. But he made semi-finals of the Open and the Welsh up at the Royal Welsh. It'll be quality all the way, but it's Dennis O'Sullivan going just in on the minute there. Quality from Dennis there. Who's going to be the next in? Johan Morris, Alan Lloyd-Jones goes in together. And Andrew Morris goes in for 2. The Loic brothers, Jeremy goes in for Undur. And Jeremy goes in for sheep number 2. Mark.
Yep, and they're flat out into it at the moment. Morris is down into the first time quarter up the line, steps up the neck and takes the cheek off and up around the back of the ears. But down here on stand number 2, Johan Morris, round the back of the ears for him. Where are we looking at the leader at the moment? It's on stand number 3, Dennis O'Sullivan. He's down over the last front shoulder in his second sheep, stroking along nicely, lifts the leg a little bit. And out the last hind quarter he comes. Beautiful shots there. Looks like he's doing a good job. Switches it out the porthole in 1 minute and 54 seconds gone by, and he's pulling his third sheep onto the board. Who's the closest behind it? Morris maybe down there on 6. And we have Eon Morris up here on stand number 2. He's out the last quarter on the back leg, as is Alan Lloyd-Jones there on stand number 1. So 1 and 2 together at the moment, and they go for sheep number 3. The French brothers in the middle there, coming down the last side together. Looks like Jeremy's a few shots in front. But up there on 3, Dennis O'Sullivan getting ready to drop into the long blow on his third sheep. Setting a good pace in this heat. 2 minutes and 33 seconds gone, and he's 3/4 of the way through his third sheep.
Dennis sweeping them long blows in. Turns to come round the cheek. These lambs are just first time they've come off the mountains. First time they've been handled today. And they've got to keep them under control. You've got to keep them nice and relaxed. Dennis is doing that up there on stand number 3. And he'll just put it up finishing touches to sheep number 3. And he'll be in for his 4th farm on the board. So he flies in the pen for 4. Andrew Morris is chasing hard. Johan Morris chasing hard. Alan Lloyd-Jones. It'll be quality all the way from that man. Alan Lloyd-Jones, he's a big fencing contractor now, but he's still into this, involved in his shearing. Andrew Morris goes in for sheep number 4. Yaya goes in for 4. Oh, she's gone septic on him then. Up there on stand number 3. Maybe settles her back down. Maureen Cadet. The French lady kept on Loic Luoni's penman. Whatever her name is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Si. Allez. Vous. Pick it for you. So he goes in there. Dennis O'Sullivan comes round the last side. Beautiful shearing on Dennis there. Comes down the last side of 4, we believe. 1 left in the pen. Look at that control over the handpiece. And it's all about the return as well. So Dennis there. Callum's getting it ready. So Dennis O'Sullivan goes in for his 5th and final TQ.
Yeah, so Dennis O'Sullivan, the newly crowned Republic of Ireland champion, will be going over to New Zealand to represent Republic of Ireland. Into the back leg goes Dennis. Where's Ian Morris, the local man? He's putting the finishing touches. In goes Andrew Morris, the hard man, Clamamino, for his 5th and final sheep. Jeremy Lagoni goes in for 5. Maureen. So now then in goes Alan Lloyd-Jones, a fencing man, and stand number 1. Had a big day out in the Blind Book a couple of weeks ago. He's a real speedster. He's made the final here before. He'd love to do it again. And now then, Loic Lagoni, the man of the shearing world. He's up the undermine, up the neck goes Loic Lagoni, but already Dennis O'Sullivan is skipping and dancing like a little Irish leprechaun. And Dennis O'Sullivan puts the finishing touches. Out goes Dennis O'Sullivan there on stand number 3. The Irishman goes out and has his time taken. Now then, the next finish will be Andrew Morris from Amaretto. Round the top of the tail, out goes Morris on 6. Jeremy Lagoni, Alan Lloyd Jones are pretty much blow for blow. Jeremy's had a kicker, so that's allowed Alan Lloyd Jones to go out on stand number one. Out will go Jeremy and his brother Louis and Yaya Morris. They all go out. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's another cracking round of that open qualifying round. Heat number 7, be ready to go. Jack Fagan, Lewis Harkness, Robbie Hislop, Hugh Jones, Hamish Mitchell, and Helgan Joe.
Next up, Ellis Reese to 1, Guion Evans 2, Hewitt George 3, Philip Price to 4, Scott Wilson 5, Ridian Edwards to stand number 6, please.
All Kiwi eyes will be on Jack the White Horse Fagan from Tigawiti, New Zealand, team member. He'll be rocking and rolling. He was close the other day. He'll be wanting to be closer today.
So now that
Bracket winner. 1 year.
You're talking about the wrong heat, boys. You're ahead of yourselves. You're ahead of yourselves.
We just want to know what the Lions score is. We're trying to put a bit of.
What is the Lions results?
Don't know. No idea. Well, the only thing we know about Lions so far is that they roll.
So
Lions would predictably.
you were getting excited, boys. You were getting ahead of yourself.
We knew the lunchtime was coming in. We wanted to be in the queue.
Okay, they got 60 seconds to oil up the handpiece. Another cracking lineup of Shearers again. Current world champion, current individual and team world champion on 2. Ellis Reese showing over 810 or something the other day. Philip Price, the member of the Welsh team that beat the French in the test. Okay, we got Guion is where's he? Hewitt George. Where's Hewitt George? Is he here? Oh,
You can have a blow now, then you can have a bit of time.
Okay, Shearers to your doors, please. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So we got Ellis Reese Raider on stand number 1, Guion Evans. Current world champion comes second in the open. Up there at the Royal Welsh to Toya. He just lovely to win this one is Guion Evans. He'll make every effort to do his best there on stand number 2. Then we got the young man Philip Price, member of that Welsh team that beat the French. We'll see him later on in the test. I'm sure we got Scott Wilson, the Kiwi. And I know we got down the far side. We got it's Ridian Edwards. He's just another youngster up in there, now up into the open. And he's making every effort. They're putting the effort in. They're traveling out around the world, these youngsters. And that's what they got to do if they want to make the stakes, get up into these open finals. But it's the boys, Ellis Reese on 1 and Guion Lloyd Evans are going to be in for sheep number 2, Hugh.
Yeah, so Ellis said, had a good day out at Colin Jones Church Houses when Shaw over 800 sheep in a day. So he's got a few years to go through yet. Then we got Guion Evans, the current world champion on 2, the local man. The fat Santa man into the back there goes Guion. Up the neck they go together. Then we got Scott Wilson, a young man from up there in Scotland and spends a lot of time in New Zealand. He's rocking and rolling round into that front shoulder. Philip Price, the young man from Llantrystor in Radnorshire, he's dropping into that front shoulder. And then Ridian Edwards, a young local man from that big cattle showing family. The Edwards family there on stand number 6. He's dropping to the long close, but already then Guion Evans and Ellis Reese are down and round that hard class side. Guion Evans has got a kicker in the regular, and that's allowed Ellis Reese, the young man from Raider, to go in with sheep number 3. Penman on 1. Penman, keep those numbers going. You're about as bad as numbers as Rachel Reed's at number 10.
Well, the heats coming on stands number 1 and 2. Reese and Evans. Up the neck goes Reese. Alice Reese, he's up there. Saw him shearing the other day under shed. Good quality young shearer, this boy. Big future in front of him. Chasing the experience of Gion Evans behind him. Round back of the ears goes Evans on stand 2. Looking along the board further. Philip Price there on stand 4. Around the back of the ears for him into the first front shoulder. But been there and done that is Scott Wilson on 5. Edwards, he's stepping up the neck, a little bit up the pace at the moment, but still the pace is down there on stand number 1. He's on sheep number 3, Resellers. Out the first time, last hind leg counts Resellers, setting a cracking time. Just coming up to 3 minutes and 5 seconds gone by, and he's going for sheep number 4. Scott Wilson, he's right there with them. The cards are right. They're 4 on the board together, so it stands 1 and 5 together. Down the valley, they roar together. The pace is on. Who's going to take the bull by the horns, or should I say, get the bull off the quickest? As it stands 1 and 5. Alice and Wilson, they're in it together. This is a real quick heat. They've seen the other boys share before. They know they can't be too far behind. So time points are very important in this grade.
So Guion Lloyd Evans, long blow times for Guion. Long blow time for Ellis Reese, the young man. Philip Price coming to join the party. Scott Wilson turns to come round the last side of sheep number 4. Ridian Evans, long blow time of 4. They're taking some shearing. Ellis Reese down that side, but it looks like the young man, Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson's going in for his 5th and final lamb on the board. Out he comes. Who's going to join him? Ellis Reese out there on stand number 1. Philip Price is coming to join the party now. Guion Lloyd Evans, he's going to come in. He's going out with 5. That just leaves Gwydion back. And a flick around the tail, and he will have 5 out all the way across the board.
Yes, so as Ridian goes in for sheep number 5, it's already Scott Wilson up the length into the front shoulder. Ellis Reese is sticking to him like glue. Scott Wilson is about to step over. Ellis Reese steps over. Bill Price won't be long and he'll be stepping over. But it's little Scotty Wilson and the Scottish Kiwi on stand number 5 is turning and coming down that last side round the shoulder. Now he's got those blows banging out the hind leg. One little bit of a flick and out will go Scotty Wilson on stand number 5. Guion Lloyd Evans and Philip Price. Philip Price goes out. Guion Lloyd Evans goes out. Ellis Reese goes out. And now then, Ridian Edwards, the local boy from that big cattle showing family, is coming down and around the last side, round the hind leg, then comes Ridian Edwards. Out goes Ridian there on stand number 6. Give them all a big round of applause. And then we will move on to heat number 7. So now we'll be right now. Mike, Jack Fagan, the names are gone.
Jack Fagan, Lewis Harkness, Robbie Hislop, Hugh Jones, Hamish Mitchell, and Elgin Jones. So Jack to 1, Lewis 2, Robbie to 3, Hugh to 4, Hamish 5, and Elgin Jones to stand number 6.
Well, to all our Kiwi whānau out there, let's have a bit of noise for Jack Fagan from Tigawiti, current team member, the New Zealand team. Jack's had an exceptional year this year. Undoubtedly the world's premier speed shearer. 70 open wins in the speed shear, I'm told. And probably all of those are under 17 seconds, 18 seconds. Had a miss out last night, but he had 2 fantastic wins earlier in the week. I sent Nick Sickland to Silverfern very proud.
Referee to stand 6, please. Referee to stand 6. And Jack Fagan, defending champion of this competition. 1 year, this big competition. Won that Fagan Brothers Cup last year, so he's the defending champion in this open competition.
Then we got Lewis Harkness on two. He's rattling on the door for that Scottish team place. Been travelling around in that Scottish circuit. Then we got Robbie Hislop from the Shearing School on stand number 3. He's been doing a good job was promoting Shearing positively on the social media. Then, of course, we got Hugh Jones, the Welsh British champion then. He had a cracking day out down at Henderson when he set a new British record. It was unfortunately taken off in the next day. Then we got Hamish Mitchell on stand number 5. The old stager. He has represented Scotland 4 times that we can remember. He's got those big long arms and legs. When he gets going, Mike, he's like a windmill in a hurricane.
So legend in his own right, is he, that man?
And then we got Elgin Jones, another real workforce. One of those Welsh boys that's made it through and travel around the world. And he's a real good hand. So we're ready to go, Steve?
No, we're still Jack over there. He's looking.
So this is a real quality heat here. We've got some good quality shears. Each one of them's got a
I can see
something.
Robbie Hislop there. He's got that arm, that bit of bandage on his arm. He went to stop some dogs from fighting yesterday. I think he's going to just kick him in the ass next time and let him fight.
Referee to stand number 4, please.
I actually thought that was just to put the opposition off.
I'll tell you what, if he fights as hard as those dogs were yesterday, he'll take a bit of stopping.
Undoubtedly. But my eyes are going to be on stand number 1. Jack the White Horse Fagan from Tikawiti. He knows how to get around these lambs around 40 seconds. He won't want to be too slow, so he's seen what Tor said earlier on. There's one heat.
Okay.
Tor.
All right, Hugh. How old are we, everyone? No. Hugh you're going to have the one that's just been chucked out from that other one, I think. No. That's what. No.
We noticed the more shearers, they like to hold the judges up a little bit, play little games with their opposition.
Okay. Shearers Theodores. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So here we are, what another cracking lineup in heat number 7. Got 3 more heats to go. So the first protocol for these shearers is to get into that Open All Nations semi-final. And then the top, that taking 18 and the top 12, Welshmen, I believe. So that's the first protocol for these individual shearers here. Top 18 Open and top 12 Welsh out of the open heat. So look out, the old Scotsman there, the flying Scotsman we call him. Hamish Mitchell already on the turn is Hamish. He's shearing out. Gareth Daniels, turn the clocks back. Daniels, they're starting on 5. And he's shearing 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by the looks of it. But it's Hamish Mitchell already. Looks like it could be a quick time. Oh, Jack Fagan are just over the 40 seconds in Jack. Hamish Mitchell is chasing him hard there, though. But it's Jack Fagan, the defending champion, is already in the pen for sheep number 2, Hugh.
Here's a Jack Fagan. He loves these lambs. He started off as a young junior shearing with Maestria up around this area, and look at him go now, the young man. He is a former world record holder, won the Caroline record. He's a New Zealand team member. He's won over 70 speed shears all over the world, and look at him go now then. Jack Fagan has got to the turn, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Fagan from Tikawiti. He's coming down and around the last side. Down and around that hind leg. Then goes Jack Fagan. Setting a blistering pace in this, the 17th. And Jack Fagan then goes into the pen for sheep number 3, Mike.
1 minute and 45 seconds gone, and he's got his third sheep on the board, being chased by Hamish Mitchell there on 5. Who's the closest behind them? It looked like be Hugh Jones there coming down on stand 4. World record holder there. And he goes for sheep number 3, Hugh Jones. Rob Hislop, by the look of it, he's going to be the next one in. Down on the end there, Jones on stand number 6. He's finishing touches on 2, and he'll be jumping in for 3. But it's Jack Hucky Fagan down there on stand number 1. I can hear them cheering from New Zealand. Come on, Jack. Keep putting it in, brother. We're up for it, mate. Down over the last front shoulder he comes at 2 minutes and 20 seconds gone. Lewis Harkness there on 2. He's a little bit back off the pace, but he looks like he's got a good finish on his sheep on stand number 2. Hamish Mitchell down there on 5. Long sweepy blows, clears the cheek on sheep number 3. Jack Fagan changes his steel on stand number 1 and he's in for sheep number 4. He's setting a cracking pace here at the moment. He's on his 4th sheep at 2 minutes and 52 seconds just ticked over. Who's the closest behind him? It looks like Hamish Mitchell there on 5. Big, long, sweeping blows. A nice slow hand there by Hamish. A legend in his own right, that gentleman up there on 5. Hugh Jones is in next, so he's chasing hard. And down there on 6, he looks like the Jones man down there on number 6. He could be the next one in.
Yeah, but it's Jack Fagan, little Jack Spratt up there on stand number 1, powering in them long blows. I could see he give a bit of tension on his handpiece. He had to give a bit more. He won happy, so he changed the steel. Got a little bit of fresh edge on there now. And around that last front shoulder he goes, 6 or 7 big wide blows. And he'll be in through the door to get number 5 out on the board. 5th and final sheep out on the board, flick around the tail. In goes Jack, bing bang bosh, out she comes on stand. Number 1 with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Lewis Harkness is on stand, he's on 4. Robbie Islip, long blows for 4. Hugh Jones, British record holder, who was in, he's putting the finishing touches with 4, along with Hamish Mitchell there, the flying Scotsman on stand, number 5. Out the hind leg, and then we got the cruisy style. Elgin, beautiful style, cheering on Elgin Jones on stand. Number 6, down the last side he comes. Hamish Mitchell goes in for his 5th and final lamb on the board. Hugh Jones, up the neck he goes of his 5th and final sheep. But already it's little Jack Fagan there. Look at the concentration on his face as we're coming down the last side. It's going to be the quickest time, I think, of the day unofficially. And he's just putting the finishing touches and a flick around the tail. And his time will be taken for Jack Fagan here on stand. Number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, a Jack Fagan set a blistering pace here, ladies and gentlemen, as Lewis Harkness puts the finishing touches to 4. Robbie Hislop is up the neck and into that front shoulder. Hugh Jones, the former British record holder, 664 in a 8-hour day, and Hugh Jones then, or Hugh Ants, goes out on stand at number 4. Hamish Mitchell, the lanky Luke from Skye, puts the finishing touches, and Hamish Mitchell then round that hind leg. One last little bit of a flick, and out will go Hamish Mitchell. Robbie Hislop is coming down and round the last side of his 5th and final sheep. As I said, he went and stopped 2 dogs from fighting yesterday, and he's in a real dog fight now. Out goes Robbie Hislop there on stand at number 3. Elgin Jones, the young man from North Wales, there goes out on stand number 6. Round the top of the tail for Elgin. And then Lewis Harkness. He is kicking and rattling on that Scottish team member place. He'd love to be in the Scottish team. And he is sticking to his quality. He is sticking to his job. And Lewis Harkness will go out. And out goes Lewis Harkness. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all, children.
So just to make Shearers aware, they don't have to hit the stop button because that's not working. It's the time you hit the cord. So again, it's the time you pull the cord. The stoppers are not working. So up next, we want Sean Burgess to 1, Devon Jones 2, Odd Christian Arlen to 3, Henry Metcalf to 4, Sasha Bond to 5, and Lear Evans to stand number 6, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can usually tell how well a shearer is shorn. Once they finish shearing their sheep, they usually jump up and look straight at the judge and look at the counter and see what their points are. Once they've looked at their point score, you can see by the look on their face if they've scored too high. Unlike rugby or any other sport, it's the least points are the winner. So you want to keep those points to a minimum in the shearing competition.
It's about time you were in the open, Odd.
Another cracking lineup here. So odd Christian Holland is not going to be shearing in this. It's a senior shearer, I believe. We've got a cracking lineup. We've got Sean Burgess, the New Zealander, but he's been the Chilean team manager at World Championship level several times. And we got young Davan Jones. Good to see Davan back up and rocking and rolling. Spends a lot of time now down in West Wales. And we have Henry Metcalf. He's a bit of a workhorse there on stand number 4. He's been travelling the world with the Harpies for a few years. Then we got Sasha Bond. Of course, she was a double world champion, a double world record holder, sorry. She set a U and a LAM women's record. So she's a bit of a speed merchant. And then we got Ian Evans, the new British 2-stand record holder. He shows 668, sorry, in an 8-hour day down there in Maria. So he's a real bit of a prospect as well, Steve.
Okay, all happy along the line. Shearers to your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So again, we're tremendous competitors here. Well done, Kinetic. You're on the ball. So we got Sean Burgess. He is a Kiwi. He's a shearer. He is an axeman as well. He won the big competition. He's sure with us in the veterans at the Wales shearers versus the axeman. Devon Jones on 2. Penry Metcalf 3. Sasha Bond, young lady in amongst a beautiful shearer she is. And then we got Leah Evans, that British 2-stand record holder. Well, what an achievement that was back a couple of weeks ago on the 12th of July. A young man I've been commentating on since about 13 or 14 years of age. He's sure at Kington Show, and he hasn't stopped since. He's travelled around the world, and it's paying dividends. But if he can only just stop his mum and dad travelling the world as well, he might have another opportunity. But look at that, beautiful. In goes Sean Burgess, in goes Leah Evans, in goes Penry Metcalf. Devon Jones, I can remember Devon winning senior and intermediate competitions. So Devon goes in for sheep number 2, Sasha Bond. Come on, young lady, she's going to be quality all the way for Sasha Bond. Down the last side she goes, out the hind leg. Lovely to see these, just got a little bit septic on it, but she settles her back down and a flick around it. Oh, what are these a little tickly? They're a little bit tickly, these shearing there now, but she done a cracking job. And she goes in for sheep number 2, you.
Yes, the Sasha Bond and the world record holder. She had a cracking time out of the Royal Welsh. She showed in the Open. She showed in the Ladies Championship. She made the Ladies Final. I think she enjoyed the Welsh hospitality as well. So now then, we've got these shearers now. Sean Burgess, the evergreen Sean Burgess from the top of the South Island in New Zealand. He goes in and out for sheep number 3. Ian Evans and Henry Metcalf go in and out for sheep number 3. In goes Devon Jones. He goes in for sheep number 3 as well. And Sasha Bond, she steps over on that long low. I think I'm right in saying that Sasha was one of the first ladies that we've seen on the stage taking part in the hacker before that Wales versus New Zealand test as well. So now they're dropping and rocking. And it's Sean Burgess as he gets to the turn. And Sean Burgess, the New Zealander from the main island of New Zealand, is coming down and round on the side. And he looks like he's enjoying cheering his Welsh lands. And Sean Burgess will put the finishing touches. And Sean Burgess will be the first through the door for sheep number 4, Mike.
Well, thank you for reminding me that the South Island is called the mainland. We don't really think of it like that from the north. But down there on stand number 5, Sasha Bond, she's in there for her 3rd sheep. We'll see her later on today in the women's final. Shearing along nicely. A bit out of her comfort zone, shearing in the shearing competition. She's done a few. But when she gets into the shearing shed, into those records, she's a force to be reckoned with. At the moment, it looks like this heat's a little bit slower Evans down there on stand number 4. He's down into belly. Sean Burgess, he's been there and done that. He's dropping to the long blow up there on stand number 1. So it's the Kiwi up there on stand number 1. Looks like he's setting the pace. Clears the cheek down over the last front shoulder boom. 3 minutes and 51 seconds gone by. Sean Burgess out the hind leg. He goes on sheep number 4. Couple more strokes and he'll be going in for his 5th and final sheep. Who's the closest by him? Looks like it might be Dapple Jones there on stand number 2. Swings into the long blow. Or Metcalf there on 4. He's down over the last front shoulder and at the back leg for him. Evans down there on stand number 6. Finishing over the last front shoulder, and Sasha Bond finishing touches on stand number 3, and that's a nice clean sheet she's got there. Out the back leg for her. Looks like she's polished that one and doing a good quality job. Pokes it out the porthole. And for her 4th sheep. Evans, he's got his 4th sheep onto the board now. No, he's 5. The card's just been turned over. But down there on stand number 1, Sean Burgess. The pace is with him. 4 minutes and 40 seconds just tipped over. Over the last front shoulder for him. Looks like the closest to him is Penny Metcalf there on stand number 4. Into the long blow for him.
Yeah, but it's Sean Burgess putting the finishing touches to his 5th and final lamb. Time taken for Sean there. It's great to see him. He helped us out. Sean in the veterans competition the other day made the final. And then we had him shearing against the Axeman. He enjoyed it because he is an Axeman as well. So Penry Metcalf is the next one. Out goes Penry. Pull your stopper, Penry. The stoppers don't work. Make sure you pull your cord, boys. So that leaves Leah Evans coming round the last front shoulder. Devon Jones putting the finishing touches. Going a beautiful job, but so will the rest of the field. Pull your stopper, Devon. Out goes Devon there on stand number 5. Young Sasha. Got one left in the pen. Coming down the last side of sheep number 4. So out goes Leah Evans. So Sasha Bond goes in for a 5th and final lamb on the board. So she won't take long. 3-4 blows on the belly will. And that will be the belly will go. Then she'll work into the undermine. And then another blow. Bang, and up to one more. And up the next she steps. Into the first front shoulder. Making open the quality. Will get her through into the first front shoulder. She got a lovely clean sheep. It'll be well shorn. Lovely soft arm, these lady shearers. If they won't pick up any skin, because it'll just machine or they will come to a stop. And then they'll go back. So into the long blow, that long blow from the hip bone right up to the base of the ear. She's working efficiently here now and effectively. Around and cleans off the cheek. Down the last side she comes, round the last front shoulder. Goes out that last front shoulder. Takes anything underneath that, real underneath that last front shoulder. 6 or 7 big wide blows. If that sheep will just sit still. Just gone a little bit septic on her, but she'll settle her back down. She just leaves that head up between the legs, trying to keep that sheep nice and relaxed. Just to settle down, she's saying, and it'll be a flick around the tail. And out will go Sasha Bond. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat number 8. We'll move on to sheep number 9. Gethin Lewis to 1, Gareth Daniels 2, Leah Jones to 3, Blake Horse to 4, Dylan Tinowith to 5, and Nick Greaves to stand number 6. So we got the champion shear of Wales, Leah Jones, former champion shear of Wales, Gethin Lewis, who won that in 23 and 24. Missed out this time. Gareth Daniel, former Welsh champion. Blake Hawes, the New Zealander. Dylan made that final, made semi-finals up there. Shaw with his brother. And then we got Nick Greaves, the Englishman. He had his award up there, the Royal Welsh Show, the Bisca. Nick Greaves, current 2 stand. So they got 60 seconds to oil up their handpiece. and then we'll get underway. One left to go. So Leah Jones, current champion Shear of Wales, and that British record 2 stand way short, 836, with his mate Nick Greaves. And Nick Shaw, 881. Oh, that is going some. Okay, can we have the shearers to the doors? So we got Leah Jones, Dylan Jones, Nick Greaves. Referee, please. Referee, he's there. Dylan, you won that speech. Dylan, here, Howell to stand number 5, please. Howell to stand. Howell to. Oh, fucking hell. So Dylan won that speech here, I believe, last night. 14 point something seconds.
14:21, just
14.
Yeah, gave nobody else a chance, did he?
14:21. Didn't realise he was that slow.
But what a cracking team this is. There's some champion shearers in there. Brendan Lewis, I love watching him shear. Blair Jones, he's a real machine, that young man. His brother down there. These guys are really, this is going to be a fast team. Nick Greaves down there on 6. He's been smashing them out in the shows. So, world record holder. So, I'm looking forward to this. I would say this could be the fastest heat of the day. They've seen what Jack Fagan and Tor Henderson put up every little morning. Can they get it? Beat it?
23-5 down at the moment. But they just scored a couple of tries. It's close. Okay. Gareth Daniels, penman, put the card back to 1, please. Thank you, Gareth. And Nick Greaves at 2 stand British record holder. Okay, Shearers to your doors. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So this is a lineup. We got Welsh champion 23-24. Gareth Daniels being Welsh champion. Leah Jones, the current Welsh champion. We got Blake Cause, one of the New Zealand twins. We got the brother Dylan. He's a world record holder as well, is Blake. I believe we got Dylan Tinow who won that speech here. And then we got the 2-stand British record holder, Nick Greaves. He is 881, I believe. He had a cracking shear at the Royal Welsh. He'd love to make this final. But the first border call is to get into that top 80. So what we going to do now? Who's going to be the first to turn? I tell you, this is a quick heat there now. It looks like Nick Greaves. Gareth Daniels. Oh, Gareth Daniels. He's milking goats now. But he's up there. He's milking it up there at the moment. But it looks like it's going to be Nick Greaves on stand. Number 6 goes in for 2. You.
So Nick Greaves in the world record 101. The 8-hour world record holder. He's got that belly wool coming off and into that back leg. In goes Gareth Daniels. In is getting Lewis, the current 8-hour new record holder. 696 U's in that 8-hour day down at his home farm in Raider. And Nick Greaves is his pen man that day. And Penn, he is driving the speed again. Nick Greaves is on the lot. Look at Leah Jones. He is the current 2-stand British record holder alongside Nick. They show side by side all day to set that 2-stand British record. But I tell you what, they are really going with gold now. Out and round the hind leg is Nick Greaves. Out and round that hind leg is Leah Jones. Down the last side comes getting at Gareth. But Nick Greaves is quite causing quick Nick. And he's in and out through the door for sheep number 3 there, mate.
That's a good fitting name if he's in and out that quick. His wife won't be happy with that remark. But it just picked up the pace. The first sheep was a little bit slower, but the second sheep, they picked up the pace. But Greaves up around the back of the neck. Cleans the ears into the first front shoulder for him. Leah Jones there on stand number 3. He's out into the long blow as well. So the pace is on. 2 minutes and 23 seconds gone, and they're well on their way through sheet number 3. Turn the cards over on stand number 3. Gwyneth Lewis. Makes the top knot off, steps up the neck, around the back of the ears for him, but it stands 3 and 6 at the moment. Greaves down there on 6. He's going to be going into for sheep number 4. 2 minutes and 45 seconds just ticked over. Claire Jones is right there with him. Jumps in. Both out onto the board and down the belly. They roar together. Who's the next one in there? Gareth Daniels is down over the last front shoulder. Lewis, he's down over the last front shoulder. Blake Harris, he's down over the last front shoulder. So there's nothing remaining. Dylan, he's down over the last front shoulder and the back leg for him. But Greaves on 6 and Jones on 3. They're the 2 front runners at the moment. 3 minutes and 18 seconds gone. They're well on their way through their third sheep. The pace is on. Pace is hot. They're working hard. Keeping the pressure on these lambs. Keeping them sitting still. Dylan pulls his third sheep out onto the board. Well, maybe our cards aren't turned over properly, I don't think, because Dylan's on 4. Looks like Greaves must be on 4 too, and so is Claire Jones. Is that be correct?
Yeah, so Nick Greaves is going in for 4. Leah Jones is going in for 4. Gareth Daniels is chasing hard. Blake is in for 4. And Gethin Lewis is on the long blows for 4, I believe. Leah, get your card right. We could be 5. So already, sorry, Nick Greaves. They can't even bloody count, I tell you. So here goes Leah Jones. So where's Blake finishing touches? Dylan's coming round the last side. He's out for Gareth Daniels is out with 5. It looks like Nick Greaves is out with 5. Leah Evans, what's Leah on? Is he on? That's good. He's on 5. They're starting to wake up. But it looks like Nick Greaves is going to be the man. Dylan's got 1 left in the pen. But already Nick Greaves out there on stand 6. British 2-stand record holder. 881 in a day, I believe. And a flick around the tail, and he's going to be reaching for the cord. Out goes Nick Greaves on stand number 6 there. Out goes Leah Jones on stand number 3. The cracking time there set by them 2. And the rest are up. Blake goes up the neck of 5. Dylan goes up the neck of 5. Down the last side, Gareth Daniels for the magician from McCuntlet. That'll be quality all the way from Gareth Daniels there on stand number 2. Gethin Lewis there. They had that British 2-stand full wool Hughes. Unbelievable. 696. Out goes Gareth Daniels. He sure 696 did get it. 701, but they only let him have 696. So that's no mean feat there on that young man on stand number 1. Where's Dylan? Dylan's coming down the last side of sheep number 5. Blake's coming down the last side of 5. Out goes Gethin Lewis here on stand number 1. Blake here putting the finishing touches. Out goes Blake on stand number 4. And that just leaves Dylan to now. There will be quality all the way from that young man. And out goes Dylan here. Give a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes heat number 9. 10 men, get these cards right.
That heat there was on pace for Jack Fagan, so that was a very fast heat as we predicted.
So up next, Trent Hawes to 1, Lloyd Rees 2, Elan Jones 3, Nick Harding 4, and Myrene Evans 5. Another lineup of record holders here again. Just to make you aware, if you're interested, the British and Irish Lions, Australia 26, British and Irish Lions 24 on 76 minutes. Half time, it was 23-17. So they trail by 2 points at the moment. Okay. Okay, last heat of the Open. Somebody will come and tell us. I think we were supposed to be, right, the green lights. We got the green lights. Myrian, where's Myrian? Is he not here? Oh, referee. Myrian Evans, is he not here? No. It's Nick Harding goes there. You're on 6. Where's Nick? Oh, nobody's home. They moved him up. It's okay. I'm just, it's fine. Myrian, you're fine. No sheep. Okay, are we ready to go? There's no sheep because they were probably in the next one. No sheep. Myrian, you got any sheep?
If there are any semi-finalists that haven't yet booked in, could you go book in, please? Any semi-finalists that are yet to book in, could you go and book in, please?
All right, Myrian. Good man. Again. All right, looks like we got the green light. We got the thumb up. We got the thumb up from Dad over there. We got the big thumb. You all right, Nick? Right, timekeeper's ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go! So here, this is the final heat of this Open. 59 competitors. We're taking the top 18 through for the Open All Nations, and we're taking the top 12 Welshmen. So they know what they got to do. They got to go for it. Elan Jones, a young man, he's got a bright future in front of him. He's making finals. He's having a cracking competition, doing well out there in France. Myrian Evans, I think he's shown about 791 sheep. Unbelievable man, that boy on stand number 5. And then we got Lloyd Reese, he's sure over 902 lambs and that up there in blind bulks at 902. Lovely to see Lloyd Reese back out competing on this egg, but it looks like Elan Jones there on stand number 3, followed by Nick Harding there. But it looks like it's going to be Elan Jones is going to be the first in for sheep number 2 onto the board. And a flick around the tail, and he goes in through the door to get number 2 out on the board. You.
Yeah, so Elan Reese Jones in the Ginger Ninja. He had a big day out the other day where he did a shed tally of 862. I tell you what, that takes a fair bit of doing. Into that back leg goes Elan Reese Jones in. The Ginger Ninja is leading the field. No, it's Nick Harding, our fellow commentator there on stand at number 4. He's up and around. And into that front shoulder, he's rocking and rolling. Nick Harding, I tell you what, if he can shear as fast as he can talk, he's going to set a very fast time. And Nick Harding then has got to the turn. Nick Harding is coming down and round that last side. Nick Harding underneath the front leg now. He is really going for it today, ladies and gentlemen. Down and round the last side comes Nick Harding. And Nick Harding will go into the pen for sheep number 3. And Luke Parkhouse will finally turn that pen card. Luke Parkhouse, what have you forgotten to do, you bloody idiot?
Well, it's all Nick Harding at the moment. No wonder he's shearing so well. He's sure up in North Auckland of New Zealand, not far from my hometown. So he's got plenty of experience on a nice open sheep. Up into the neck he goes, around behind he is. He's setting the pace. Who's closest to him? It looks like stand number 3, Elan Jones. He's up the neck as well. Round behind he is, he goes. But down into the long blade. The pace is with the man on stand number 4. Marion Evans down there on 5. He's around the back of the ears, a bit of back off the pace. Lloyd Reese on stand number 2. He pops out another one, so he's dropped back a little bit. Stand number 1, he's down into the long blow as well. Elan Jones on 3. Turns for the last side. But Nick Harding's been there, done that. But it looks like Jones on 3. He's picking them up blow by blow. A couple more sheep in the pen for the pair of them.
Ian Jones, good man. Phil Price, can you turn that pen card, Phil Price? So now then Nick Harding, ladies and gentlemen, our fellow commentator, he was commentating all day yesterday. He's in down and round it down. They got sheep number 4, Luke Parker. Nick Harding then is up the neck and into the front shoulder on sheep number 4. Elan Reese Jones is on sheep number 4. Myrion Evans The British 9-hour U record holder is up the neck on sheet number 4. He's up and round, but already then Nick Harding, Mouth Almighty on stand number 4, is about to get to the turn. And Nick Harding is leading the field as he gets to the turn. My good mate, then Nick Harding, look at him go. He's cleaning off underneath that every little whisker of wool. And Nick Harding is looking cool, calm, and collected. And down and round the last side then comes Nick Harding, the Devonshire man. Is coming round the top of the tail, and he'll go into the pen for sheet number 5 there, Steve.
Yeah, so Nick Harding goes in for 5. Luke Parkhouse changed the cards. Myrian Evans goes in for 5. Where's Lloyd Reese? Elan Jones, our early leader, put it down a polo. He goes in for 5. Trent Horse goes in for 5. Lloyd Reese, 902 lambs. That's going some, I tell you, up there, Blind Bull. The last year there, Lloydie Reese goes in for 5 there. Myri Evans into the first front shoulder. It's going to be, looks like Nick Harding. He wants to make that semi-final because he doesn't want to come back here and commentate. And he's in round that last front shoulder he goes. There's Nick Harding from down there, Devon country, out the last side. He be bought up on Devon Green, custard cream. He be bought up on stand number 5 as Nick Harding goes out the hind leg there. And about two more blows and a flick around the tail. And he will be reaching for his stopper. And his time will be taken on stand number 4, Nick Harding. Time taken for Myrian Evans on stand number 5. Elan Jones, time taken for Elan on stand number 3. And Lloyd Reese had a good one to finish off. And a flick around the tail. Time taken for Lloyd Reese there on stand number 5. And that just leaves Trent Horse of finishing touches. And a flick around the tail. And out he goes. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the open heats. We'll find out what we're doing now. We're going to restart at 1:30 with the junior shearing semi-finals. They all need to check in, followed by the intermediate shearing semi-finalists as well. Then it'll be the senior shearing semi-final, the open shearing semi-final, and then the Welsh shearing semi-final. So we will be back here at 1:30. Anybody wants to enter Brecon show? Oh, the Lions have done it, 29-26. The Lions have done it, 29-26. Kieran, 29-26, the Lions have just taken it. Myrian Evans, will you come to see Myrian Evans? Myrian Evans, come to the commentary point, please. Myrian, where is he? Hello.
Okay, open shearers. Open shearers, the results of the open qualifying round. To the top qualifier into that open semi-final. Top qualifier, Keir Jones, Jack Fagan, Ilan Jones, Henry Metcalf, Gwion Evans, Dennis O'Sullivan, Richard Jones, Keir Evans, Ceredig Lewis, Hugh Jones, Mick Greaves, Matthew Evans, Alan Lloyd Jones, Toa Henderson, Andrew Morris, Nick Harding, and the lucky last man in, Gwydion Davis. The unlucky next man in, Gethin Lewis. And then the Welsh Championship, heat number 1 of the Welsh Championship will be Ilan Jones, Gwion Evans, Richard Jones, Matthew Evans, Keir Evans, Hugh Jones. Heat 2 will be Andrew Morris, Keir Jones, Gwydion Davis, Henry Metcalf, Alan Lloyd Jones, and Ceredig Lewis. So the results are going to be posted now, and then we will see you later after lunch.
Okay, the next competition is the junior shearing semi-finalists, top 12. You got them here somewhere. So heat 1 will be Rin Lewis, Myra Reese, Scuttle James, Tom Evans, Reese Williams, Sean Dunn. Heat 2 will be David Williams, Becca Jackson, Reese Pant, Brian Keeley, Chloe Cormack, Josh Williams. If we can have you down on the left-hand side of the stage ready to come on, we're going to get underway at 1:30. Judges to the boards, please. Tom Dunn. You're floating, I think, Tom. David on 1, Mark Fox 2, Ewan Jenkins 3, Alec Davis 4, Nicky Bynum 5, Ryan Aldews 6. Down on the back, Dilwyn Evans, John Ivor Davis, Ridwin Price. I think you're shearing 3 lambs. 3 lambs. Are the sheep in the pens, F? Sheep in the pens. Are they in the pen, Tom? Open senior semi-finalists and the intermediate, come book in, please. I've got down on my for this junior shearing 3 lambs, but we'll attempt the 3. Okay, we're going to have the shearers for heat 1. We're going to do it without no judges by the looks of it. Heat 1, Rin Lewis to 1, Myrig Reese 2, Cutto James 3, Tom Evans 4, Reese Williams 5, Sean Dunce on stand 6. I don't know how many sheep are in the pen, but I've got 3 down here, but 5. Chuck them down to 2. It says 3 here. It says 3 for the juniors, 4 for the intermediates. Who's organising the lambs? It says 3. It says 3. 3 lambs. Ellis, how many's in that? 3. 3. That's all right then. We sorted them out. So they got 60 seconds to oil up their handpiece. Junior semis, Kieran. Junior semi-final, part 1. Timekeeper's ready.
So I think our timekeepers are back from lunch. Could probably do some judges to the board. Judges to the board for the junior. We've got a list here somewhere. Judges please, for this junior competition. This is the first of the shearing semi-finals here at the Corwen Shears. We got a big afternoon, junior semi-finals, intermediate semi-finals, senior semi-finals, open semi-finals, Welsh semi-finals before the big evening tonight. So judges to the board, please. You should know who you are.
Tom Dunn. David had been there ready and waiting. Mark Fox. Mark Fox, Ewan Jenkins. Ewan's there. Aled Davis, he's there. I see him running. Nicky Bynan. Reinald Hughes, let's have you. 1:30. Out the back, Dilwyn Evans, John Ivor Davis, Ridwin Price. Could somebody go and shout on Mark Fox and Nicky Bynan, please? And Reinald.
For any of you boys up there, please try and grab somebody in the crowd for your portholes. If you haven't got anybody in your porthole, Tom Evans, Gitto, if you've got anybody in your portholes, we don't want these sheep running back on the boards if we can help it.
Stand 2, Mark.
If you can collar somebody from the crowd.
Nicky Bynan, Reinald Hughes. Come on, boys. 1:30 start. The competitors have been ready. Well done, Aled. Reinald. They're hard of hearing.
We've just been informed there's a Ford Ranger in the car park with a registration EP68EUB. You've left your lights on. You're going to have a dead battery. It's a white Ford Ranger. EP68EUB. You've left your lights on. Right, do we have a full team of judges? Yes, we do.
Okay, we're ready with semi-final part 1. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go! And penmen, you do them cards. Penmen, you do them cards. So we got a cracking lineup. Bryn Lewis, Myrick Reese, another of the Reese family. Guto Jones, Tom Evans. Tom's having a cracking season. Reese Williams and Sean Dunn, the young man from Ireland there. Lovely to see him. Done a little bit of commentating in his time, but he's traveling around the world and it's paying dividends. He's making semi-finals. I think we might see him in the development test. But he's starting off in these young boys starting their career in readiness. Two's all stepping up the neck together. Tom Evans. Tom the Evans there on stand number 4. Long blow time for Tom. Little Reese Williams. I think he did. I've got a funny feeling he made that to win that competition. The big worshipful company of Woolman, I believe. Reese Williams, if he's Geraint's son, I think he is that man. He looks like he's built for shearing, big long arms on him. So who's the first? Are we going to come down that last side? It looks like Reese Williams there. And Tom Evans on stands 4 and 5. And at Sean Dunn. Around our last front shoulder comes Sean. And you'll be thinking, but it looks like it's going to be Tom Evans on stand number 4. He's had a crack in Royal Welsh. Did Tom Evans, but it looks like Reese Williams goes in for sheep number 2, Nick.
Yeah, Tom Evans brings numbers 2 out now. Where's Sean Dunn up there? A real quality shearer, has been travelling up and down the UK this season. Been great to see him at so many shows. That's what these junior shearers need to do. Get all the experience they can on all the different breeds around the UK. So Sean Dunn there now, just putting the finishing touches. In goes Ruan Lewis for sheep number 2. He's got the old go faster braces on there, just to harness the power. Murag Reese, finishing touches going in for him. Reese Williams and Tom Evans are up the neck. Where's Gitto James, just putting the finishing touches. Quality shearer, seeing him come through now through the heats yesterday. They come from a real big field of shearers to make it into this semi-final here today. And they're delighted to be here. Sean Dunn now into that undermine. He goes. Big sweeping blows up the backbone. Ghetto James off of the belly and into that undermine he goes. Mureg Reese is into the undermine. Ruin Lewis is up the neck. But it's these two men, Reese Williams and Tom Evans, I think it is there on 4 and 5. Shearing blow for blow around the last front shoulder. Don't get flustered, boys. Just lovely to see you doing a good quality job on these beautiful little lambs here at the Corwen Shears. Out the hind leg goes Tom Evans. Out the hind leg will go Reese Williams, and they're in for third and final lamb there for Tom Evans there, Steve.
So Tom Evans, he's had a cracking season. He's top. But so is Reese Williams. He was the big winner at the Royal Welsh. On stand number 5, he was the Royal Welsh junior champion. And he also won that Worshipful Company of Woolmen final. It's a great competition to win £350 first prize and that Worshipful Company of Woolmen silver medal. So he's having a tremendous season and he's hoping to get into that final. So who's on the far side? There's Sean Dunn, flies in for sheep number 3. But it's Tom D. Evans. Tom D. Evans, he's been on many an elite shearing courses, Tom D. Evans, one of our big sponsors here. So it's obviously paying dividends for Tom there on stand number 4. He was third in that Worshipful Company of Woolmen. He also made the final of the juniors as well. And he beat the road to get into this final at the big one here at Corwen Shears. So it's Tom Evans there now, putting them long blows in. Right from the hip bone, right up to the base of the ear. Cleans off that cheek and he'll turn for home. And little Ghetto James goes in for sheep number 3. Myra Grease from up there at Raider. And Myra Grease and Rin Lewis, another bright future of these two young men. Myra Grease made finals as well. He's making finals. But it looks like Reese Williams on stand. Out goes Reese Williams on stand number 5. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he's had a cracking third sheep there in this junior first part semi-final. Second semi-finalists, get yourselves ready because these boys are nearly finished. Tom Evans now just putting the finishing touches in. Sean Dunn there, not too far behind. Out goes Tom Evans on stand. Number 4, Ruin Lewis there. He's hit the cheek and got to the turn. But Sean Dunn, out he goes on stand number 6. Great to see some quality shearing from these junior shearers. Mureg Reese steps right over, giving that lamb lots of space. He's got some good footwork there going on by the looks of it. Beautiful blow there by Ruin Lewis, straight down and out the hind leg. He's been obviously hanging around with some real good shearers, perfecting his pattern. Ghetto James there. Down the last side he comes. Heat number 2, get yourselves to the bottom corner of the stage. Out goes Ruin Lewis there on stand number 1. Mureg Reese now down and out the hind leg. Ghetto James down and out the hind leg. Another few sweeping blows. Down over the backbone, over the top of the tail head. And out will go Mureg Reese. And out will go Ghetto James.
So
that's first part semi-final. Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be all wanting to make that final later on.
So next up, heat semi-final part 2. David Williams to 1, Becca Jackson 2, Reese Davis to pan 3, Brian Keeley 4, Chloe Cormack 5, and Josh Williams to stand number 6. So we got Brian Keeley. He was the winner down at the Royal Welsh. He looked very, very good shearer, Brian Keeley. Looked to be well within his shearing very, very comfortably. He won that big competition down the Royal Welsh. Becca Jackson, she's having a tremendous season. She made the final of the Royal Welsh. She won down a coffee on the Friday. And she won the ladies competition on the Thursday. So having a cracking season is Becca Jackson. Reese Pant, he's making finals. Made the final of the 3 counties. Okay, they've got 60 seconds to oil up their hand pieces. And we'll get underway with semi-final part 2.
Semi-finalists of the intermediates, get yourselves ready.
Mark, can you put the clock back? Put your pen cards, put the clocks back, please. Okay, shearers to your doors, please. Shearers to your doors. Everybody happy across the line. Semi-final part 2. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go! So you watch this, Brian Keeley, another from Ireland, I believe. He won there up at the big Royal Welsh. Looked to be shearing very comfortably in this as a junior. Fair dues, he made the most of it. We got Chloe Cormack already into the undermine. We got that very talented individual, Becca Jackson, making finals. She's a very clever individual. She does blade shearing. She does machine shearing. She does wool handling. Here she is making semi-finals. But already Brian Keeley, he's up the neck, but it's Chloe Cormack blowing in the long blows. Beautiful shearer there, lovely soft hands. We got Josh Williams up the far end into the first front shoulder. Semi-final part 2. We got little Reese the fan. Long blow time for Reese.
The intermediate semi-finalists, Thomas Marion Jones, Ivan Thomas and Kai Jones. Can you please come and check in at the desk for the intermediate semi-final? Thank you. Becca Jackson there around that last front shoulder. Chloe Cormack around the last front shoulder. Brian Keeley around the last front shoulder. David Williams will be coming down the last side, but it's Becca Jackson and Chloe Cormack leading the field, I think, here in this part 2 semi-final. In the pen goes Chloe Cormack. In the pen goes Becca Jackson. In goes Brian Keeley now. They've come from a huge field. We had 50 shearers here in this junior competition yesterday, and we've just taken the top 12. They've done really, really well to make this big semi-final here. For a lot of these guys, this will be the last time they're shearing in the juniors before they're put up in the intermediates. Brian Keeley now, he's getting to work into that undermine. He's firing on lamb number 2, but Becca Jackson has been there and done that. And Chloe Cormack, she's up the neck and into that first front shoulder. Young fella right there on stand number 6, Josh Williams, brings number 2 out to the board. Reese Pant brings 2 to the board. Becca Jackson just looking real comfortable in that first front shoulder. Chloe Cormack has dropped onto the long blows. Brian Keeley, he's having a great week. There at the Royal Welsh, just settles that lamb down. These are real good shearing lambs here at the Corwen Shears, ladies and gentlemen, but they have been a little bit spirited. These young shearers have had to really hold on to them. But my word, when they do, they can make a beautiful job of them. Around that last front shoulder comes Chloe Cormack. And Becca Jackson will hit the cheek and get to the turn. Who's the closest to her? Brian Keeley is swinging the steel now. David Williams just settles his lamb back down. She's just had a bit of a dance on him. He's coming around that last front shoulder. Chloe Cormack out the hind leg. She goes and she's in the pen for sheep number 3 there, Steve.
They're just taking some shearing. Like you say, they're a little bit prickly. But like you say, they've come off the hills the first time they've been handled like this. And 60% is shearing them, 40% is you got to hold them. You got to keep them nice and relaxed. And you got to keep them on the move. So they're taking some shearing. I think even the open boys were saying how none of them were very confident in their competition because it's just a little bit prickly they were. But these junior shearers doing a cracking job. Brian Healy, saved them over the water. Won that big competition at the Royal Welsh. We'll probably see him in later. He's doing a good job. He'll want to be. Josh Williams. Josh Williams goes in for 3. Chloe Cormack, she's having a cracking cheer there. That young lady on standby. She's already in the long blows. Rhys Davis, the pan, putting the finishing touches to 2. He's going to go in for his 3rd and final on the sheep. Rhys from up there just above Bracken. He goes in for his 3rd and final sheep. But it's Chloe Cormack on stand number 5. Just put in a 6 or 7 with wide blows. And she will be, her time will be taken. So out the hind leg she goes. Where's the rest of the field? Becca Jackson. She's flying in the long blows there along with David Williams. He's flying in there in the long blows. He steps out. But out goes Chloe Cormack. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. She's done a cracking job there. That young lady on stand number 5.
Yeah, who's the closest to her? Is it Brian Keeley charging down that last side, or David Williams, or Rebecca Jackson? All coming down that last side. On 1, 2, and 4. Out the hind leg goes Brian Keeley. Out the hind leg. Out goes Brian Keeley there now on stand number 4. Out goes Becca Jackson on stand number 2. And out goes David Williams on stand number 1. Reese Pant now around the last front shoulder. Josh Williams around the last front shoulder. Intermediate semi-finalists, get yourselves ready. You will be up on the stage after this. Intermediate semi-finalists, get your penmen, get your porthole people. Reese Pant now the finishing touches. Josh Williams the finishing touches. Out will go Reese Pant, out goes Josh Williams.
Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the junior semi-final. We'll move straight on to the intermediate final, and they're shearing 4 lambs. Heat 1 will be Thomas Myrion Jones, Sean Griffiths, Evan Rowbottom, Reese Pant, Evan Thomas, Reese Davis. Heat 1, Heat 2 will be Kiri Manson, Kai Jones, Dayan Fluid, Rory Owen, Adam Killen, and Clementine Demagate. Clementine. We've got an Irish plate. We've got an Irish plate 172 D12674. Can you move your car, please? You're going to have your wing mirror knocked off. You're going to have your wing mirror knocked off. It's from Ireland 172 D12674. Get in. So Reese Davis, Reese Pant, shown in the juniors. Obviously left him in the shearing the intermediates. This is where he should be, perhaps. Okay, timekeepers. Oh shit, we haven't got no judges. Ah, that's what a unbelievable.
The shearers are quite happy with that.
I would
Don't worry. The judges are arriving. We just need whoever's on stand number 4.
Number 4. I bet you it's into semis. stand 4, Robbie Macanacanera. Robbie Mack. Robbie Mack. Anybody phone him? Dilwyn Evans, Neil Fagan, Martin David, Andy Rankin, Andy's there. Robbie Mack, McElhern, Kieran McCulloch, Ridwin Price. Robbie. 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 Robbie.
Turn your hearing aid up.
Robbie.
Now we can
Robbie.
make a start. Do we have a thumbs up from the chief referee? Of course we do. We've been waiting ages. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So this is heat 1 here of this intermediate semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. We've just seen the junior semi-final. These boys are just a little bit more experienced, been shearing for a couple of extra years. So we will just see the speed increase just a fraction. Up the neck already is Ivan Thomas there. Who's the closest to him? Sean Griffiths steps up. Even Rowbottom steps up. Thomas Marion steps up. Reese Pant is up. And Reese Davis. They've all stepped up the neck and will be dropping into that first front shoulder. They've got 4 lambs in the pen, I think, if our piece of paper is right. Pen man out there on stand number 6. Do your pen card properly. He's not blimmin' listening. Ivan Thomas around the last front shoulder. He comes. Reese Pant up the neck and into that first front shoulder. Even Rowbottom around the last front shoulder. And down the last side he will come. Thomas Marion Jones. He was here in that speed shear last night. And he'd love to be in the final here tonight. Ivan Thomas goes in for number 2. Keep the pen cards turning, boys. Now we're starting to get more and more sheep in these competitions. The timekeepers will get confused, bless them. Even Rowbottom goes in for number 2. Reese Pant is down the last side. Thomas Marion goes in for number 2. Keep the pen cards right, boys. I know it's cool looking over the door at your mate and watching him do a really good blow, but it won't be no good when the timekeepers forget to stop the stopwatch. Undermine time for Reese Davis. Oh, where's Reese Pant now? Out the hind leg goes the young fella. He's just been in that junior competition and he's made it in this big senior intermediate semi-final as well. In he goes for number 2. That's number 2 out right along the board there, I think, Steve.
The 2 across the board there. So this first border call is semi-final part 1. They got to get out of here and make it to the top 6. We got Sean Griffiths here on stand 2. I think he's the winner, recipient of that Louise Memorial Scholarship for that trip over to New Zealand. That young man on stand 2, so he's going to have a trip to New Zealand on stand number 2. We got Reese Davis from up there in New Church Country on stand number 6. Round that last front shoulder he goes. Down that, doing a beautiful job. But it looks like we've got Ivan Thomas on stand 5, goes in for his 3rd sheep. Reese Davis up there on stand 6, chasing hard. Little Reese the Pant on stand into the first front shoulder 2. Evan Rowbottom on stand 3, goes in for sheep number 3. Runs in the pen. Then we got the young man, Thomas Marion Jones on stand 1. He runs in for sheep number 3, Sean Griffiths. That recipient of that Louise Owen Memorial Scholarship for that trip to New Zealand. So he'll be out there. Look out when he comes back after doing 15 or 20,000 out in New Zealand. So he goes in for sheep number 3. Evan Rowbottom into the first front shoulder. Little Reese Davis, the Pant there. Just out of shear in the juniors. He's now making intermediate semi-final. But it's Ivan Thomas on stand 5. They're putting the shots in now. Reese Davis on stand number 3. They're having their own battle royal up there on stands 5 and 6. Oh, Reese has got a bit septic on him there. He's doing the old Michael Flatley river dance on stand number 4. But it's Ivan Thomas. Ivan Thomas on stand number 5. But in the finishes, out the hind leg he goes. Rhys Davis from Newchurch, down there, Kingston Country. He's just put flicker on the tail. They go in together for their fifth and final sheep on the fourth and final sheep on the board.
Yeah, they're having a right little battle down there. Even Thomas and Rhys Davis on 5 and 6. They go from the belly into the undermine together. Rhys Pant there brings number 3 or 4 to the party. We don't know because his pen man does not know what he's doing. Thomas Marion Jones is into the belly of number 4. Ivan Rowbottom is in the undermine of number 4. He's getting quicker and quicker. He'd like to catch up with the 2 men on 5 and 6. But his pen man saying to him, just do the job, just do the job. They're quality shearers, these young intermediate guys. We'll be seeing more of them in the next few years around the circuit, that's for certain. Sean Griffiths is down and out the hind leg, and he will be in the pen for number 4. But it's even Thomas and Rhys Davis there having their right little battle on 5 and 6. And even Rowbottom is right there with him as they come under that last front shoulder. Down the last side they come, and out the hind leg they'll go together on 3, 5 and 6. Who's going to be the first to pull the cord? It's Rhys Davis and Ivan Thomas and even Rowbottom. And Thomas Marion Jones must have had a real quick last side there on his 4th and final lamb. Rhys Pant goes in for number 4. The young junior shearer that's just delighted to be up here in this intermediate competition. Sean Griffiths now, long blow time for the young fella. She's really just starting to have a dance with him. He says, this is not strictly come dancing, love. This is the Corwen Shears. Just let me shear you. Hit the cheek and turn for home. Rhys Pant up the neck goes the young fella. Sean Griffiths around under that last front shoulder. Down the last side. A beautiful quality job being done here on stand number